So if you're joining me, please, um, what you can do for me is to please share this broadcast. It is really important information that we want to share, not just for Nigeria alone. This relates to not just only Nigeria, but the whole of Africa. To be honest, Africa is in serious trouble. Africa is in serious trouble, and the thing that you see on the screen is going to give you a heads up as to why that is. So if you can share it to reach as many people as possible, please share. I just stumbled upon this worrying situation. It is not just that it's a worrying situation. It is also because of the fact that it actually leaves us. It is showing exactly what is going on. There is a very, very much clear plan that the Europeans have got in place, which has meant that we are truly not free in Africa collectively. And I cannot, in all good conscience, remain quiet and not at least bring this to the attention of many of us in the struggle for freeing Africa. The struggle for Yoruba nation is the same struggle for Africa. The struggle for Biafra is the struggle for Africa. The struggle for the people of the Middle Belt is the struggle for Africa. It really is literally that deep. And I want to try and urge us all to really wake up. Honestly, what is going on now, when I expose what I'm about to do now, I think you will come to the same conclusion as I am, that we are really, in a situation where it is just not, it's precarious. It's precarious. It is precarious, and I cannot overemphasize how important this is. Please do share. I'm gonna wait for a few minutes. I'm trying to build the audience up, because this is information that I want. It's not only for Nigeria. This is for the whole of West Africa, the English speaking, the French speaking. But for the purposes of tonight, Nigeria is going to be central to this as well. And it would help really explain something that maybe we may not have thought about. And I want you to really take cognizance of what we will show you in all of this. Like I said, as I'm saying this now, and to be honest, it is hitting me big time. It's hitting me. It is hitting me incredibly much. So please, if you're watching for the first time, go ahead and subscribe to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. Help us grow this platform, because the information we're sharing is not only, it's going to be for the whole of Africa. Of course, my focus still remains my Yoruba nation, but that is even, like I said, we need to really be thinking that we're all part of one struggle. And I want us to really bear in mind something, that the Berlin Conference is still very much in play. Sorry, let me just change that quickly. The Berlin Conference is still very much in play. I need you to really be very aware of that. We have been played long enough, and I think we need to really wake up. I know what I'm saying now won't seem to make sense, and you'll be thinking, the whole of West Africa, there is a General Act of Berlin of 1885, February 26th of February 1885. I want you to know that is still what is in play now. That is still what is in play now. See that General Act of Berlin 1885. Let me see if I can I'm trying to show you there are a lot of things that are going on, and I'm just trying to give you, there's so much information that I want you to be aware of. If you want this link, I can send it to you. These are the plans that they put in place, and their plan is simple: keep Africa divided. The longer we are divided, the more they gain control of Africa. And they literally did what they put in the Bible about, the Tower of Babel. If they're speaking different languages, they cannot work together to build an Africa. The Tower of Babel, literally. I don't believe in Bible. I'm not but I'm just showing you that's the analogy, best analogy I can put forward. So please, if you're watching this, please subscribe to Citizen AY, hit the notification button, give us thumbs up, help us reach more people. This is really important information, and maybe if you're watching it later on, you can share it. But this is so important. I thank each and every one of you who are joining us right now. I don't trust Facebook anymore, so that's why I'm doing more of what I'm doing on Facebook, and I will do more on TikTok. But I'm just showing you agreements they reached in 1884 on the Berlin Conference. That is what is affecting, not just, it's the whole of Africa this is affecting, but for the purposes of the agreement, I want you to remember this particular date that's on the screen. General Act of Berlin Conference on West Africa, 26th of February 1885. That is still what is in play. Africa is not free. Africa is not free. I cannot keep quiet. I need to speak truth to power. That is what the platform Citizen AY, the platform where we speak to power. Truth to power. This is what we know, what we are known for. Now, I'm going to show you something shortly that will actually explain a lot of things. Good evening and welcome. And if you're joining us for the first time, please, I urge you, share this broadcast. This is such a seriously worrying development that we need to come together, work out a plan how we can deal with this. So now you've seen the Berlin Conference thing I said. Let me see if I can give you a little bit of an inkling into why. So, for example, it even covers free trade. Congo. It is expressly recognized that in extending the principle of free trade to this eastern zone, the conference powers only undertake engagements for themselves, and that the territories belonging to the independent sovereign states, the principle shall only be applicable insofar as it is approved by such the state. But the powers agree to use their good offices with the government established on African shore on the Indian Ocean for the purpose of obtaining such approval, and in any case for securing most favorable conditions to the transit of all nations. So what I'm saying to you is that these are all things that they are working together at all times. At all times, they are working together, and you will shortly still see in what I'm explaining to you now. But anyway, let's come back to that document again. Let me. I'll close that now. Okay, so you can see that France has actually put. France suspends development and budget aid to Burkina Faso. France is suspending the development aid and budgetary assistance to Burkina Faso. Its foreign ministry announced yesterday. But when we think about it, let us think about that again. France is suspending. They are suspending the development and budget aid to Burkina Faso. But when you think about it, France has forced 14 African countries. Sorry about this, 1 second. Let me just check. Yeah, stop that.
Recording stopped.
France has actually forced. Sorry about that. I'll bring that back up. You will see it in a minute. I just wanted to just get this checked. So, France has actually forced 14 African countries to sign the Continuation of Colonization Pact, a pact called the Continuation of Colonization. What that means is those 14 countries will only trade with France. France has forced refusal on all the resources of the 14 countries. This is why I'm saying they're using two different systems, but it's the same goal: extraction of resources. And it stems from the 1884 Berlin Conference, which I just shown you, particularly the West African region. So now when they say that they withdraw aid, who is giving aid really? France is taking the resources of 14 African states for free. They're not paying for it. France is not paying for the resources of 14 African states. That's why it says the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization of 14 African countries by France It is a sickening injustice. It is a sickening injustice. If you're watching this for the first time, I'd urge you to please share it and tell your friends. This is a message not only for Nigeria. It is for all Africans. This message is for all Africans. And France, through military force, collects the reserves of 14 African countries and put it in the French stock exchange. They make money off the extraction of resources from 14 African countries, and then the profit. When those countries say, hang on, I want some of our profit, they're supposed to, up until recently, they're supposed to have they give 85% of their foreign exchange. They are forced by France to give it to France. France will put it in the French stock exchange. They make billions on the back of African countries, and they will charge those same countries to loan some of their own money back. And that is what we are faced with. So please do share this broadcast. This is such an important point. I will be making some more in-depth analysis on this, but I really wanted to talk about that. So now let's go and look at what they talked about, the fact that they stopped the development. Let's look at this. So keep in mind, you see, let me just show you. That's Burkina Faso there, right? Now in the picture here, you see, where is Burkina Faso? That is Burkina Faso right there. You see? So, and Burkina Faso has mineral resources. And that is what I really want you to understand. Let me see if I can get the mineral resources out for you. Yeah, okay. Now, Burkina Faso mineral resources. Yeah. I'm just going to give you some. Let's see if I can do it on the side. You see, Burkina Faso has got diamonds, bauxite, nickel, vanadium, and all of that. You see? Now, however, they say these remain largely unexploited. It's not true. They are being exploited by France. That is what you need to understand. They are exploiting it. Now, when they say they are giving aid, we need to understand, when this Africa say, when France says they're giving aid, they're not giving aid. They are taking the resources of Africans and preventing Africans from having access to their own resources using military force. It's very important to understand that. So now you've seen it now that they've got copper. Burkina Faso, let me just go here. Burkina Faso is rich in mineral resources, and it says here, and produces gold, zinc. All of that gold and zinc, Africans don't have access to it. It's the French. Keep in mind, they are part of the 14 Francophone countries that France has forced to give their wealth to every year. In the case of Niger, which is here, Niger has had to give, out of Niger, France has been taking the uranium to light France for 40 years. For 40 years. 40 years. This message is not about just Nigeria alone. This is about the whole of Africa. And when I go to the next step of the discussions, you will see why it is important for us to, please, I'd like you to share this message. You are watching Season Why, the platform where we speak truth to power. The song says, how long will I going to suffer? And it's a valid question to ask. I wasn't going to do this broadcast, but when I saw this tonight, I felt I had to talk about this. So you can see there's diamonds, bauxite, nickel. You can see it on the screen. That is what is in the soil. So, and vanadium. So when France says, oh, they're stopping, when they say they're stopping aid, what I want you to know is that it's only a throwaway comment. There is no fact behind it, because France is exploiting African resources. Very much like Professor Howard Nicholas said, Europe and the developing world want Africa to remain underdeveloped and impoverished, so that they can buy our resources at dirt cheap prices or zero, for nothing. And I need you to understand that. So let me just see what it says here. Now I want you to read. There are a lot of things that they're saying here, which is very, very long. So it says, he didn't want his country to continue. Listen to this. I want you to listen to this. Oh, sorry, I don't want to play that yet. Here, this is one. This is the one I want you to look at. We'll come back and talk about that statement later. So the statement comes days after Burkina Faso and Mali announced that they will consider the military intervention against the new military rulers in Niger as a declaration of war. West Africa bloc ECOWAS last Saturday issued Niger's new rulers with an ultimatum to hand back power to the democratically elected President Mohamed Bazoum. Mohamed Bazoum is a puppet of the West, of France, but of the West, because they are working together, and you see why. So, within the week of face possible military intervention, as we speak, ECOWAS they could be going in any minute. They are putting all the forces together, and honestly, we should say no. We don't want any war in Africa. France's foreign ministry on Saturday said that it firmly and resolutely backed efforts by ECOWAS to reinstate Bazoum. Now, when they say that, you need to understand something. ECOWAS is not really a strong body. ECOWAS is a body that is controlled by the colonials. They are controlled by the colonials. So when you see them, they came in to meet. I showed the video where some of the Europeans were at meeting, ECOWAS meeting. That tells you who is in charge. They should not be discussing what is going to impact Africans. Only Africans should be involved in that process. But let's go forward again. So I'm trying to show you this now, and I hope this makes sense. Now, let me see if I can make that a little bit bigger. So okay, now what I want you to do now is, we've spoken about this. So again, now from what I've told you now, you will now understand that when they say that they stopped aid, they haven't stopped any aid. It's just a statement. They have not. The only places they've not been able to take anything now are from the 4 countries that you see that are named. They have not been able to take any more. Mali has said no more to them. Mali has had enough of France losing the resources. Mali, Niger, Chad, and Guinea. Where's Guinea? There's Guinea somewhere there. Where's Guinea? So there is Guinea in here somewhere. I just need to find it for you. So Guinea-Bissau is there, but not Guinea. So, but I think it's on the other side. So, but you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are still the other side as well. So Equatorial Guinea. So yes, of course, that's Guinea there. So Guinea is here. So Guinea have pulled away. So you got Guinea, Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso. So they are all saying, we don't want any more of this. This is unjust. This is unfair. So that's Guinea there. That's Guinea there. So they are all pulling away. And now let me show you the next clip. Show you the next clip. So now, not that one. We'll come back to that. Now you can see Guinea. Guinea has got Mamadi Doumbouya of Guinea. He's the head of the military who's taking over. Please, we need to stop calling it a coup. What is actually happening is that in Africa is taking what is called an intellectual realignment, as said by Dr. Arikana Chomborikwa. I like that statement, and it's something that I wholeheartedly support. So that's Guinea, as you see in the previous map. So that's Guinea there. That's Guinea there. You see, Equatorial Guinea is there. So go back here. So Guinea is Mamadou Doumbouya. They have said no more to France. They are trying to kick them out. And then this is Niger. Niger is there. Niger is there. General Chiani, which you see here. So that's part. These are all part of the 14 Francophone countries. Now, the next one, of course, is Burkina Faso. So let's look at Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso is why they're largely landlocked. Burkina Faso is Captain Ibrahim Traore. of Burkina Faso. And lastly, but not the least, the last one is Mali. Mali is, of course, General Assimi Goïta of Mali. Now, the reason I'm showing you all of this is for you to understand the connection between the two. And of course, there is Nigeria. Now, the next thing I'm going to show you, please pay close attention. Pay close attention to what I'm about to show you, because it really is, it will show a lot of things. Now, you saw it earlier on. Now, this is why I said at the beginning that it's different name, but same strategy. Resource extraction at dead cheap prices. Africans arise. For the Francophone countries, listen to this now. The CFA, for every 1,000 CFA, it is only worth €1 and 53, 1.53 euros. Yes, and in Nigeria, in the case of Nigeria, Nigeria's 1,000 naira is equal to $1.31. Can you see the similarity? Can you see that similarity? That is where you know that the policy is the same, because they are both making sure that the price of any of the resources that we'll get from Africa, from those two areas, from the Francophone, one country, Nigeria, and from the Anglophone, and from the Anglophone, and then the Francophone, they are both going to be at dead cheap prices. They will be at dead cheap prices, and that is what you need to we need to home in on. Let us home in on that. It's really important we understand that. Now, what that means is that now they can buy more of our resources at a cheaper price. Both the French side and the Anglophone side, US dollar in this case. The US has taken over from UK, or at least there's some arrangement between them. And that is the damage. Now, here is the real thing you need to understand to know that this is something that we have to work together on. Is that in the whole of the 14 countries that the French control, the total number of population is 105 million. 105 million. Now, on the Anglophone side, where the US is controlling things, it is in Nigeria, it is 213 million people. And they are both equally affected by the devaluation of our naira in Nigeria, in case of Nigeria, and the devaluation of the CFA by France. So you can now see the similarity. Can you see? You can see the similarity now. 153 for every 1,000 naira is only worth 153 euros. For every 1,000 West African CFA franc equals 153 euros. For every 1,000 naira, it only equates to $1.31. So it is quite worrying. I wanted to bring this to our attention. In effect, what we are asking for is that for people to really understand now that in Africa we must work together, very much like Julius Malema is saying, and Joshua Maponga is saying, and Dr. Adikana Chomborikwa was saying. Because on the evidence of what I've put before you tonight, which is on the screen, we are facing the same problems. In the Francophone countries, they have devalued their currency to make sure that their mineral resources is bought at dead cheap prices. Equally with Nigeria, and here's a kicker with Nigeria. Nigeria is forced, since 1980, Nigeria has been using the US dollars, and that US dollar has been devaluing naira to such an extent now that Nigeria now, for every 1,000 naira, is only worth $1.31. So you can now see that they might have different names. Also the French, and we're all pointing at the French, and and that's wrong, and we want them to stop. But we are facing the same problems. Look at the rate on the screen. Look at the rate on the screen, and you can see for 1,000 West African CFA francs, it's only equal to $1, €1 and 53. I don't know what it's called. 1.53 euros. The US, for every $1,000, is only worth $1.31. And these are things that are really damaging, and I mean damaging Africa. We need our people, we need a meeting, very much like Joshua Maponga said, we need an urgent meeting among Africans to deal with this issue, because this is sheer injustice. This is really something that is destroying our economy. And I wanted to talk about this on a live broadcast, even though it's for a short few minutes, because we have to understand that this is such a damaging action that they've taken, and the quicker we begin to work together in Africa, the better. They have devalued both currencies. The US, now you can see that the US and the French are working together, because the effect of their actions has been the same thing, to ensure that the value of our currency never rises, so that we cannot keep more of our wealth. The value of our currency has been pushed down deliberately, set deliberately low, even though we are the ones from whom they are extracting the resources. We need to wake up and all work together as Africans to confront this. I hope you can see this information that you see just above me here. You can see it there. You can see it just here now. You've seen it. That information that I'm seeing, this one here, this one. Please share it. And I want you to look on the screen again. Understand what we just talked about. What we've just talked about is, in effect, that France has reduced the CFA to one, for every 1,000 CFA is only worth €1.53. And then the US dollar that Nigeria has been forced to spend inside Nigeria, the naira is only worth $1.31. For every 1,000 naira, it's only worth $1.31. Now, what I really want you to understand in all of this, even though we are saying that the French are being badly treated, it is important that we in Nigeria understand that the population that this affects in the French is only 105 million people. It is wrong, it is unacceptable. But what I'm saying is that look at the population of the policy of the US, how it's impacting Nigeria directly. Our naira now is only worth $1.31. In 1980, naira and dollar was a parity. In 1980, the naira and dollar was a parity. But now, in 2023, the dollar is worth way more. The naira has gone down and the dollar has gone up. In the French speaking, the euro has gone up and the West Africa CFA has gone down. And as you know, this is why I'm saying to you, this is where you will know that there's collusion. The French are not the only ones who are using the euro. So you know that what France is doing is going to benefit among their own agreement, like they did in the 1885 Berlin Conference. France, the money looted by France is going to benefit all of Europe. And those are the things that we need to really understand. I hope this is making sense. Please study closely what you see on the screen. Study what you see on this thing here. The thing that you're seeing here. Study it. I want you to study what you see on the screen. Study it and really take it on board. Share it to family and friends. This is so important. I can't overemphasize how shocking this is. And I hope many people will really understand what is on the screen and understand that we must say no to France. We have to say a big no to France, a big no to US. No to, because both of them are doing the same thing. No to France, no to US, exploiting African resources using the monetary mechanism. The single most devastating thing that they're doing to Africa is using the financial systems to defraud Africa. They're using the financial systems to defraud Africa. You can see the script of what I put up there. Like I said, it's different name, same strategy. Resource extraction at dirt cheap prices. Africans, it is time to arise. We must arise collectively. And I hope this message resonates with you. If it does, please share this broadcast. I hope I've not talked too long, but if I hope it makes sense to you. Please share, and share. What is happening here is nothing short of, it is extortion. And this has been going on for over 40 years. In the case of Niger, they've been taking the resource from Niger for 40 years. The Ukraine, when I say the uranium, they've been taking the uranium from Niger for 40 years. Likewise, same thing. We've been going crazy. Say, we've been thinking that because we are Anglophone, we're getting fair treatment. You can see now that just like the CFA has got a value, they're seeing almost similar value for every 1,000 naira. How come it is that we who own the resources, the value of our own currency is being dropped? But the people who don't have the resource, the value of the currency has gone up in both cases. That is what I want you to understand. The value of the currency in Nigeria has gone down by 1,000 to 1,000 naira, from a parity of $1. In fact, naira was 1 naira to 64. For every 1 naira, the dollar was only able to was 64, I think it was 64 cents, something like that. So that sorry, is it no, sorry, I beg your pardon. I think it was almost $2, sorry, $2 to every naira. I think that's what it was saying. But what I'm trying to get you to understand is, look at what is on the screen now. Can you see the similarity? Please let me know if you see the similarity between what is happening in the Francophone countries and what is happening in Nigeria. In both cases, our resources are being extracted at dirt cheap prices. They don't want us to have the manufacturing to have the independence, and that is why we are talking about this. I'm going to be talking about this over and over and over and over. This is going to be something we're going to share. You can see it on the screen next to me here. Sorry. Yeah, here. You can see it on the screen next to me here on the screen. I want you to please study it. How do you see this? The CFA is only worth €1 and 1,000 CFA francs is only worth €1 and 1.53 euros. The naira, 1,000 naira is only worth $1.31, and yet our resources are being taken out on the cheap. This is what they are doing. This is the mechanism that they're using. You can see that there is similarity between the two because they are both similar amounts. The CFA 1.53 euros, the US dollars 1.31. They are in the same area. That means that they are working together. That means that they are colluding to ensure that Africa remains oppressed. And I want us all to be aware of this. That is why I'm saying this. Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak to power. Please, if you have any friends who are from other parts of Africa other than Nigeria as well, share this message to them. Please subscribe, hit the notification button, give us thumbs up. What I am showing you on the screen now is nothing short of extortion. This is extortion of our resources by both sides. So when we should not only for us now, it's not about just focusing on what the French are doing. We need to also be aware that the same policy, whilst you're thinking of the French are bad, they're taken away from them, it's the same policy that's being pursued by the US right there in Nigeria. US dollar is not a legal tender, but yet it is the money that people are forced to now demand for, to pay for goods, to pay for services, to pay for anything. People are now being told to seek dollars. And every time we do that, we keep devaluing that dollar, the naira more. And that's what I'm trying to really wake us up to understand that we are facing the same problems. Just like the Francophone countries, we are facing the same problems. Look at the value of the CFA. 1,000 CFA is only worth €1.53. In Nigeria, 1,000 naira is only worth $1.31. That is what we are faced with. I urge us all, please, as Africans, we need to communicate, we need to come together, we need to unite and really observe what I've just shown you tonight. You can now see that when we talk about it is really bad what is happening to the Francophone countries. Yes, it is very bad and it's unacceptable, and that's why we're saying there should be no war. But equally, what is being done in our faces, our people are suffering in this English-speaking Nigeria. We have been impoverished right there in our land by the policies of the Anglophone, and that is what really I want to bring up tonight and highlight. Please share this broadcast, and I will make sure that the picture that you see on there is going to be what will be in the description. It is crazy what is happening. It is shocking. We shouldn't accept it. Let me just think about it. I am so shocked about what I've just discovered tonight. Many may have known it, but many may have been aware of this. But still, what I'm saying to you, please share this broadcast. I know it's late at night. Share it to as many people. We need us all to understand that we are facing the same problems. The Francophone speaking, the Anglophone speaking, we are facing the same problems. In the case of Nigeria, the population, the French Francophone are oppressing and suppressing and looting from a combined total of 105 citizens of Africa. The US is looting from a combined total of 213 million, more than double the number of people under the French. So you can see that they're both doing the same thing, and that is what we're faced with. So I really want you all to I hope people will take cognizance of this. I'm going to come back again on the live broadcast and talk about it, and I will highlight this particular broadcast, because what we are seeing on the screen here is simply horrifying, and it tells us we are facing a serious problem. I call on all my Dr. Arikana Chomborikwao, please we need to have a meeting, not myself alone, not just, we need to have a meeting whereby we're going to call our leaders together to actually address these issues. Joshua Maponga, please also, we need a meeting. Julius Malema, we need to have meetings, and many others. We have to have a meeting. Study what you're seeing on the screen before you. You see the stuff you're seeing on the screen before you, this one here that you're seeing, that I'm pointing to. Study it and look at it. Francophone countries versus Anglophone countries. They're facing the same problems. They've made it you think, oh, it's only the French, but we are facing it. And we need to understand that the time is now for us to connect, to unite as Africans. This is unjust. This is sheer exploitation. And I hope that I can, I'm going to try and see and share it on other platforms as well. But I really want you to understand what you're seeing on that screen, and understand that this is exploitation at its finest. This is exploitation of African people by the combined financial system, the French speaking and the European speaking, English speaking. They have worked together to oppress Africans, to deny us our resources. Not to even talk about what is happening in Congo. In the Congo, they are taking away so much resources. There's a truckload of cars waiting to come and extract resources, paying nothing for it. And the people who own the resources, we the Africans, we get nothing. Please share this broadcast. If this resonates with you, share this broadcast. It is really, really sad what's going on. Please, when you come in, give us a thumbs up. Help us reach more people. We really need your support in growing the platform. We need your support. It is of immense importance that you help us reach more people. It is so sad what we're seeing right now. It is truly sad. And I wanted to really, I had to talk about that so that we could really, expose this fraud. And I hope in doing so now, that many of us now will now begin to see that, that when France says that they withdraw aid, they have not withdrawn any aid. They're not giving any aid. What they're doing, if they're telling you they're giving any money or whatever, it is pittance compared to what they are looting from Africa every day. Likewise, any of the Western countries saying I'm giving aid, we're controlling, we will shut this down, we will do that. All they are doing is just to say, look at how good we are. But in actual fact, they are extracting resources left, right, and center. Those figures there, they speak volume. I hope you can understand the pictures that you see. I hope it makes sense to you as you're watching it. Because it really is something shocking to see. One minute. Okay. So I'm just trying to make sure that we give as many people as much information about this. I'm going to share it on other platforms. I'm trying to share it as much as I can because this is so important, and I'm probably going to do this in my own local language as well. Those of you who are watching, please share this broadcast. Help us reach more and more people, because what we're facing here is sheer injustice, and it's happening from both sides. And that's why I'm saying that they've used divide and rule. Oh, the French speaking, they're speaking a different language. They're doing something different to them. No, it's the same thing they're doing. Oh, they're English. Oh, they're not speaking French. Oh, they're treating them badly. We are both being treated badly. 230 million people have had their own currency devalued to make their own resources dirt cheap. That's the reality of what we face. That's the reality of that statement by Professor Howard Nicholas. We will not allow Africa to develop. We will keep Africa impoverished because we need African resources dirt cheap. I mean, this is, oh man. I don't know if you understand quite how significant that statement that I just made is. I don't quite know. I don't know if you understand what this really means. What does that imply to us? And I really want us to, at this point, begin to reach out to all of our brothers in Africa and begin to connect and really talk to people so that they understand what we face. We're facing serious exploitation, unjust exploitation that we need to address collectively. No ifs, no buts. It has to be done collectively. No one person can do this on our own. Gone are the days we will say we will get one president to do it on their own. No. That's not gonna work. What we need is for us to work together. Look at the figures on the screen. 1,000 West African CFA equals $1.53. 1,000 Nigerian naira equals $1.31. €1.53 is for the CFA. Can you see that it's a similar devaluation of our resources? This is let me see. So we need to understand, really, I hope you can understand the significance of what I've just said now. It is a significant damage that has been done to Africa, and they have kept us divided, because many people would make the mistake and be focusing on this. Be focusing on they're French for these French speaking countries. But when you go and look at the detail, look at the breakdown that I provided. I provided a breakdown. The population of the 14 French countries is 105 million. And the population of Nigeria is 230 million. The US, with the policy of forcing Nigeria to use Naira, is effectively illegal. I mean, dollars has become effectively a legal tender in Nigeria, even though it goes against our constitution. Even though it goes against it. And that is what we're saying. Which means that the effects are the same. It doesn't matter about the situation around it. It is the effect of dropping the value of our resources. Our Naira, for as long as it is at 1,000 Naira, our resources are going to be bought at poor prices. And those who are in power now are nothing more than puppets. They're nothing more than puppets. And I hope people would really wake up. And we're trying to really wake up as many people as possible on this particular issue. If you're watching, you know, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Step forward, banning Anglophone and Francophone language for indigenous as official languages. And that's, yes, step forward. Absolutely, my brother. Well, at least you not do. Yeah, please share this broadcast. Don't forget to give us thumbs up. Share the broadcast if you are watching it, if you are watching it, because this is such a horrifying situation that we're in. We are in such a predicament that I really think that we mustn't ignore this, because I like I said, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking to myself, so we are in effect facing the same things. We should not be speaking any English language, any French language on African soil. Of course, when you're in Europe, you do as Europeans do. It is time that we Africans say, when you're in Africa, you do as what we Africans tell you to do. You're not going to be dictating what we're going to do on African soil, because that is what they're doing. They are dictating to us what we can and cannot do on African soil, and we must say no to that. We need to say no to that. I'm struggling to even find the words to even begin to describe what is just going on, what I've just discovered. It may have been obvious to many others, but certainly looking at what I'm showing you now, you will begin to see. Please, those of you who are on Omo Oduduwa, please join us. Help us grow this platform. Help us, share this broadcast, because it is really quite sad. I mean, it is quite sad. It is quite sad. It is quite sad what is going on, and we need to really think among ourselves. We have been divided. Whilst we are busy fighting this one, fighting that one, look at what is happening to the CFA. 1,000 CFA only gives you €1.53. 1,000 Naira only gives you $1.31. The same effect. Please, I call on all of us, those of us watching, this is really important. Fighting among ourselves, we know that the leaders that we have are puppets. Many of the leaders that we have, except for the four. These four, let me just mention their names. They are heroes. We must protect them at all costs. They must be protected. Our heroes, they must all be protected by way of our collective unity. The names I'm going to mention: Colonel Assimi Goita of Mali, Captain Ibrahim Traore of Burkina Faso, General Abdurrahman Tiani of Niger, and Mamadi Doumbouya of Guinea. These are all men who are fighting for their people, and I think they've realized what I am showing you on the screen. They've realized that our resources are being extracted at dirt cheap prices. Many of those who call themselves leaders are not factoring in that this is that they are being used as puppets. The puppeteers are controlling them, and these heroes, they've stepped up, and they come from these areas. You see, So they come from, Goita comes from Mali. Ibrahim Traore comes from Burkina Faso. General Tiani comes from Niger. And of course, Doumbouya comes from Guinea. Right? So what we're saying here is we really need to understand what has been done here. I hope many of you will really resonate with this broadcast when you're watching it later on. Please, if you shared it before, share again. We are showing you what they've done. The French are saying they're giving charity, they're giving development aid. They're not. They are stripping. French are taking away mineral resources from 14 African countries and they're paying nothing for it. So who's giving the aid? Is it not the English-speaking, the French-speaking countries giving aid to France? That is what it is. They are getting our resources for nothing. Now let's look at what is happening in Nigeria. It's the same thing. Please share this broadcast. It is so important. We need to involve as many Africans in this very critical broadcast. It is showing you. Let me go through this broadcast again. This broadcast is showing you exactly what has been played. We've been played for so long, and our eyes have been blind to what they've been doing. Our eyes have been blind to what they have been doing to us. The Francophone countries, the Anglophone countries are doing exactly the same things. Their plan, whether they're French, whether they're US, whether they're UK, their plan has been and remains getting our resources at dirt cheap prices. That has been their focus. That has been their aim. And we need to wake up. I'm urging us all. We need to wake up. We need to be very, very alert to what they have done. Howard Nicholas, the professor from Netherlands, said it. He said the colonials will never allow Africans to escape from impoverishment because they need to have our resources at dirt cheap prices. That is Dr. Howard Nicholas. Let me see if I can get a picture of him out. And what you're seeing on the screen, 1,000 naira is only worth $1.31. 1,000 CFA francs is only worth €1.53. It's on the screen before you. That is clear evidence that it's while they are dividing us, they say, oh, we are divided. They're French, they're English. We are getting the same treatment. We are getting the same treatment of our resources being exploited. I am very, very clear. This is something that we can do collectively. We need to wake up and really understand what has been done here. I want you all, if you haven't shared this broadcast before, share it again. I'm prepared to spend another 20-30 minutes to re-emphasize this point. We are being exploited. We need to wake up. We need to wake up. It's not just about what France is doing alone. We get it. They are taking $500 billion a year out of 14 countries. But what they're doing to Nigeria, what they're doing to an Anglophone country, that is just one. We're not even going to talk about the others. We're not even talking about what's happening in Guinea, in the other countries that you see here. What are those countries? Ghana and other places. You know, Cameroon. You know, sorry, Cameroon is part of them. Sorry. You know, there are other countries around that the UK that the colonials are controlling. But we are showing you that this game that they've been playing, it comes back to having the same effect. This is a classic divide and rule strategy. that we as Africans, we must say no more. We must reject this. We need to reject it wholeheartedly. And the best way to reject it is to come together and work out a strategy, a clear strategy. Please share this broadcast. Let us reach more people. People need to see what we are explaining on the screen. There is a number that you can call, which I still have the phone number if you want to call in, and we can begin to have discussions. My brother, if you want to call me, what is Jinodru? If you want to talk about this, it'd be great to talk to you, to talk to others. Because what we are facing now is terrible. It is unacceptable. And those of you who understand, this goes, you see, what we're saying here does not remove from, what I'm saying here does not remove from my desire for going for Yoruba Nation. But it is giving us a clearer picture to understand that what is being done to us here is that we are being systematically stripped of our wealth. Africa is being systematically stripped of our wealth using the financial mechanism that has been imposed on Africa, both by the French-speaking and the US-speaking, the Anglophone countries, UK and US. I hope this makes sense. I mean, there are over 40 minerals in Nigeria, for example. Nigeria is a rich nation. Yet, we are having to, dollar has now become a legal tender. It is. This is unacceptable. And I don't even know. I don't have, yeah. Let me just see if I can get this out for you. I want to show you something. To show you what is going on. To show you what is really going on. This is specific to Nigeria, but I'm trying to tell you the premise upon which the US dollar has been imposed on Nigeria. And that has enabled the US to control the price of our resources. This has, by the imposition of the US dollar, and in fact it's been done covertly. The people are not aware that they have been forced since 1970. I'm going to read you something because I think we need to go into it tonight. I wasn't going to do it, and I want to thank my great friend Danny Ju. I wonder if you can call him, if he's able to join me. Let me see if I can bring him on board. Danny Ju, let me see. No, I won't call him now because he's been busy. He got up 4 o'clock this morning. I won't do it. But I'm going to read you something. Let me read you something so you understand what has been going on here. What you see, sorry. That was me. I was just going to be what you're seeing on the screen now, sorry about that. What you're seeing on the screen is something that explains something that is really tragic that is done to us. This is something devastating. Okay, let me just try one more thing again. One minute, let me check that again. Is there a way I can do this without disturbing that? Yeah, I wanted to show you, but anyway, I don't, it doesn't matter. Well, it does. But what I was going to show you was the Central Bank of Nigeria Act that says that the only legal tender that will be allowable, that will be allowed on Africa, in Nigeria as a sovereign nation, shall be the naira. Unfortunately, since 1980, the dollar has been used in hotels, has been used everywhere, without people understanding what they're doing. And that has meant that they've imposed a deliberate drop in the price of in the value of our naira, to such an extent that it is now the same value as the CFA. The CFA is being devalued by the French. The CFA is only worth 1,000 CFA is only worth €1.53. Just like 1,000 naira is only worth $1.31. This is shocking. This is horrifying. We need our people to talk together among themselves as Africans. Africans arise. This is unjust. This is unfair. And I urge those of you watching, if you want to call in, you can call in, you know. Let me see. So, well, Burkina Faso can start monetizing nationalize the results. They can, yes. Exactly, they can do, yes. Let me pin that there. Let me pin that. Now, as you all know, the Wagner have said something about West Africa. So let me see if I can show you that report. Let me show you if I can find that report for you. The Wagner group on West Africa. Let me see if I can find that for you, because that is going to give you an insight and an inkling of what is coming and what is really happening. You know, let me see if I can find that for you quickly. I'm gonna just do this quickly here. Sorry about that. So we'll do that here. So you will not. So let's find that for you. I'm gonna just do it here, so I won't keep it. I don't want anything to distract you whilst we're doing what we're doing. So now let's go and look at Wagner in Niger. Wagner sends out warning. Wagner Group sends out warning. I want you to hear that. Sends out warning. Warning to Nigeria, to ECOWAS. Okay? So let us hear what they're saying. In any case, what we should be very aware of as Africans is not to fall for their game at all. We don't want to get involved in their war, because they want a war to happen. War is always good business for the colonials. They don't care whose side wins. They will provide the weapons. War is always good business for the colonials. They don't care which side wins. They will provide the weapons. And that is what we have to ensure that doesn't happen. We have to make sure that that doesn't come to pass. That doesn't come into place. So that is why we are doing what we're doing now, to raise awareness. I want to see if I can play that video about the Wagner Group, and then we'll bring this other one. You know, you can see take a screenshot of what you see on the screen, because it is quite worrying. It is quite worrying that that you can see you can see the clear pattern of exploitation of Africa. It's crazy. It is absolutely crazy. So let's hear this one now. Let's hear this one. I want to check something.
So the casino is bigger.
So I want to check something quickly. Let me mute this one. So as you're watching on the screen, you are of course watching Citizen NY, the platform where we speak truth to power. What I'd like you to do for us, here's something you can do for us. Help us grow our platform. The message that we share here are always very, very serious. Although you did see me laugh, heartily in one of the videos recently, just to change the mood a little bit. Sometimes you can lighten things, but we're still focused on the central issue of how to free Africa. And I know some people may not agree with that, but I'm true to who I am. I believe we speak truth to power. That's the only way forward. So please subscribe to Citizen NY, hit the notification button, give us a thumbs up, help us reach more people. This is really, really important. Really, 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 really important. I can't overemphasize how important this is that we begin to do. So let me just check what they're doing here whilst I'm doing that. But please keep your eye on that figure there. See this figure here. Look at that. 1,000 West African francs equals €1.53, and 1,000 naira equals $1.31. That is sheer injustice. That is horrifying. It is unacceptable, and we need to be very, very clear. Let's have a look at this. And we cannot accept this injustice. We shouldn't accept it in any way, shape, or form. What is being done here is stripping us of our resources, and African leaders should not fight European wars on African soil. We shouldn't allow that to happen. We need to be very clear among ourselves that we are no longer going to play those games that they're playing. We cannot, you know. So what I'm saying here is this: we have to really be alert to what is going on, and I hope many of us watching this broadcast tonight, you will share it to family and friends, and make sure they understand the damage that's been done. UK 1 pence copper to 12 naira notes, exactly. Pence copper coins to 12 naira notes, exactly. That is how they are stripping us of our wealth. They are using the mechanism of the currencies that they've imposed on Africans to strip us of the wealth, because they impose those currencies on us, and they dictate the value of those currencies, not us. We are not the ones deciding the currencies. Both in the case of the French and the case of the naira, we are not in control of those prices, of the price of our own currency, and that is the problem that we face. And that's why I'm really insistent that those people, everybody watching, that please take the time, share this broadcast. Let us really have a real dialogue. What is Gino do? Are you able to call in? I wouldn't mind hearing from you. Let me see. The number is on the screen, and the phone lines are up. Let me see. So let me see now. Let me see. I'm gonna try and get this thing working. 1 second. I just want to just check that everything is up and running on this, and we can make calls, and you can do what you need to do. 1 second. 1 second. Okay, no, not that one. Okay, that's fine. Bluetooth is on. Okay, we're just gonna check something anyway. But I think the Wi-Fi is connected, so that's fine. So let's see if you can. I'm trying to see. Okay, 1 minute. Okay. So let's see. We are gonna just try and get other things on there for a second. Okay. There are so many fires that we're trying to put out, but I wanted to just try and get this right, because it's very important. Again, once again, the information we're talking about now tonight is principally about the same problems that we're facing, both from the Francophone and the Anglophone. Our currencies in both cases are being devalued deliberately so, and it is staring us in the face. You can look, if you study it, and the population that is impacting. The French ones is affecting 105 million, the US one is affecting 230 million people. And yet they're telling us, oh, they believe in human rights. These people tell you they believe in human rights, and look at what the decimation of the financial system has done, stripping Africans of our wealth. And they tell us that they believe in human rights. And they're talking about the human rights and all of that. It's all empty talk. It's a way to distract us from what is really going on. And we are trying to keep our eye on the ball. Let me just get this right. Second. Okay. So I'm trying to get this thing to connect. Okay, good, perfect. So if you do want to call in, yeah. If you do want to call in, I'm just going to test the phone line straight away as we're talking now. 1 second, please. Let me just check something here. So we're going to test it. I want to just test it one way. So give me a minute. So we're testing it. Okay, so that's fine. So that means that the phone is ready. If you want to call in on WhatsApp, the WhatsApp is working. Let me just test it again. Let me test the WhatsApp again. I want to make sure that the WhatsApp is going. you know. Um, let me just check it again. 1 second. Just call that number. So I'm going to test it. Right, okay. So there we have it. So the number is working. I was just testing it. So if you do want to call in, please call in on. Let me give you the number is on the screen. 447-300-365-602. You know, call in and say 1 or 2 words about this. This is a serious implication, and this goes to the heart of the problem that we're facing. You know. Okay. Reduce the purchasing power of the people will further slower the economy, and let's widen the tax net, increase the price, and devaluation of the naira currency against the British pound. Well. To empower our purchasing power. Okay. I mean, I'm not too sure what the policy is. I hope the Nigerian government is indeed making the right policy. But what I can tell you is, what I'm telling you is what is there right now. What is there right now is what is a concern. It's a concern because none of us have, I don't think people have looked at it quite like I am showing right now and understood the impact of what is being done. The impact of what is being done, this is like an open secret. Oh, the French and it's all part of a game that they're playing. They're playing this consistent game of keeping us, fighting this one, fighting that one, not understanding that we need to. The system they created, the Francophone, Anglophone, they are one and the same part of the structure that is being used to oppress us. So what we need to do is to unite to counter that structure, and we need to understand that. Until we understand that, we will continue to play this game of cat and mouse with them, which is not going to be to our benefit. It will be to our detriment, and we will remain enslaved in our own land. You know. So I hope people see what we're saying here. I think what I'm probably going to do is I'll be wrapping up here. I wanted to really make sure that I came out tonight and spoke about this, and you can see it on the screen yourself. Please. I hope by now we have settled that case about if you hear anybody talking about giving Africa aid, it's a lie. It's a lie because they keep devaluing our resources. When they devalue our resources, when they give any gift, they've taken 1,000 times more in the price of our resources being low. And they don't want us to have a manufacturing base as well. That is the reality of what we face. You can see the similarity between the two sides, the Anglophone, Francophone, and they even put it in your face. Look, they're divided. Okay, if we go on this one, that one will help. And they're still doing a tag team. Or just, good cop, bad cop, and keep us in the middle. I want Africans, it is time to wake up. Please wake up. Please join the struggle. Please help us, really ensure that this kind of injustice is not allowed to go on any longer. This is sheer injustice. It is something that we should not accept nor allow. And we need to address it fairly and squarely, head on. We have to address it head on. It is quite sad, quite sad that people have not, we've been exploited for so long, and it's almost become second nature for us to accept this injustice. And it's not about getting angry. It's about us really taking control of what is going on. I don't know what the government of Nigeria is planning inside, but if they can see at least what you see in that picture. What you see in the picture is the comparison. What you see on the screen is comparison between what is happening to the French-speaking countries the value of their currency against the value of the euro. What you now see, compare that against the value of the currency of the naira and the value of the US dollar. And don't forget, the US dollar is being used. It's being used on our soil. It is an illegal, it is not a legal tender. It is not a legal tender. Let me see if I can find it. One second. This one. Now, okay. So now, I'm going to just show you something quickly because I wanted you to have that. Now, section 20. This is going to be a quick thing here. I didn't want you to. I just want you to get a flavor of why we're saying what we're saying and why we're saying we need to really make sure. So section 20 of Nigerian Constitution states, you see, section 20, I don't know if you can see it. Okay, I'll bring it up. I want you to just see it quickly. Section 20, there you go. So don't worry my face, I'll stand up. I'll raise myself up a little bit. So the currency notes issued by the bank, this is the Central Bank of an Act of 2007. The currency notes issued by the bank shall be legal tender at the in Nigeria. The currency notes issued, the currency notes issued by the bank shall be legal tender in Nigeria at their face value for the payment of any amount. Well, what is currently going on now in Nigeria since 1980 has been that the dollar has been accepted covertly as a legal tender going against the Central Bank of Nigeria Act of 2007. Now, I hope many people are realizing what we're saying here, that we need a joint approach to solve this problem. We are being divided. One of the things that Waris Jinodu said, and I think we need to be proponent of this, that we must no longer. Mali has banished any French in the country. So let me just see if I can find that report for you. In fact, I'll find that report for you. Let's go and look at that quickly. Let's do a quick research on this one. So 1 second. Mali bans French language. Mali bans French language. So French language. So I think I want to worry about more what we are doing than what others are doing. So listen to this now. Mali drops official language. This will happen on 26th of July 2023. You see that? So let me just quickly go into it. Let me just go into that one for you, please. We need to come together collectively. So African News says here, you see, with its new constitution, Mali has dropped French, which has been the country's official language since 1960. See that? Now, according to reports, under the new constitution passed overwhelmingly with 96% of the vote in a June 18 referendum. This is what we keep calling for in that country called Nigeria. French is no longer the official language, although French will be the working language. 13 other national languages spoken in the country will receive official language status. Mali, which has about 70 local languages spoken in the country, and some of them including Bambara, Bobo, Dogon, Minyanka, were granted national language status under a 1982 decree. Recall that Mali's junta leader, Colonel Assimi Goïta, put the country's new constitution into effect, making the beginning of the Fourth Republic in the West African nation. According to the presidency, Mali's military, since taking over in August of 2022, has maintained the constitution would be critical to rebuilding the country. Mali witnessed two subsequent coups in recent years, one in August 2020 and the other in May 2021. The junta had initially promised to hold elections in February 2022, but later delayed them to February 2024. The decision by Mali to drop French comes at a time of growing anti-France sentiments across West Africa due to its perceived military and political influence. Now, you see, please, when I'm showing you this, I'm just telling you the information. What we're saying is that just like we're encouraging the French speaking to drop French as the official language, the Anglophone countries must do the same thing. We must work towards that as a matter of urgency, because what is being done now is quite destructive. So that is why we are really calling on as many people as possible to really understand what has been done here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome those of you joining us. Don't forget to give us a thumbs up, share the broadcast, subscribe to Citizen AY. How do you go ahead and subscribe to Citizen AY? What I'd like you to do is do this for us. Subscribe, so hit the notification button, and of course give us a thumbs up. So one more time, subscribe to Citizen AY. How do you do that? Subscribe, hit the red button, hit the notification button, give us a thumbs up. Help us reach more people. It is of immense importance that the information that we're giving you now is not only for Yoruba people, it's not only for Biafrans, it is for all Africans. As you see in that picture, the Francophone countries in total are 105 million people. Just in Nigeria alone, the population is 213 million people, and they are both facing the same situation. In the Francophone countries with 105 million people, the CFA has been devalued to 1,000 CFA is only worth €1.53. And in Nigeria, the 1,000 naira is only worth $1.31. And what is more, covertly, in Nigeria, dollars is being accepted as almost as a legal tender, which is not, it shouldn't be the case. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, people are asking for rent in dollars. They are asking for school fees in dollars. They even try to ask for flights to be paid for in dollar. This is what is stripping us of our resources. In both cases, they have devalued the value of our currency, which means that they can buy our resources whether it's in the French speaking or the English speaking. They can buy our resources at cheap prices, as demonstrated by what you see on the screen. Please, share this broadcast. Let us reach as many people as possible with this information. Africans, arise. We need to unite. We need to work together to confront this ill. This is unjust. Like it says on the screen, it says different names, same strategy. Resource extraction at dead cheap prices. So that's their strategy. They call it different names. You are my French. Oh, the French are bad. No. Oh, the English are bad. No. They are both bad. They are both oppressing us in our land. It is time to wake up. It is time to address this. I hope many of you will really take this message on. We are giving you information that you will not find on any other platform. We are not trying to put any sentiments into it. We are trying to give you the facts and put it before you so that you can make informed decisions. Many of us, we've been lied to. We've not been able to make informed decisions because of the lies that we've been told. So, please, in closing, what I'm saying to you is, when you get this broadcast, please share it. Share it to as many people as you can. All right across the whole of Africa. This information needs to reach right across the whole of Africa so that we understand that whilst we are busy saying, oh, the French are bad and all of that, we need to, both of them are bad. Both the US and the French are united in exploiting and oppressing Africans in our land. Any talk about human rights, the action that you see by devaluing our currencies, both on the CFA and the Naira, By devaluing it, they are disregarding our human rights. They are disregarding the right of Africans to enjoy their God-given resources without interference from the colonials. That is what we're talking about. So let me see here. Every worldwide coins are either minted with copper, zinc, nickel, manganese, steel, gold, silver. Gold and silver are no longer legal tender. We have been robbed of treasures. Exactly. So we have been robbed. Yes, we have been robbed. We have been robbed. I agree. So please, my brothers and sisters, I think I've stated this point quite firmly. I want you to study when you go and watch this again. Share it to friends and family. You see what you see on that screen there? You see this here, this one here. I want you to share that. Make sure that everybody reads that, so they understand what is going on there. You know, this is something that has really damaged us severely. This has damaged the whole of Africa, and for so long we have not connected the dots. I hope by seeing this now, we will have seen that we've connected the dot and understand that they are united in the continued oppression of Africans. And it is now clear to us that Africa is not free. Like Howard Nicholas said, we will not allow Africa to develop. We will not, that Africa must remain impoverished, and we must, because we need their resources dirt cheap. We need their resources dirt cheap. The words of Howard Nicholas. Let me see if I can bring that video to you quickly, because I don't want to just say it alone. 1 second. Let me see if I can find it for you. So let me just go and get this for you quickly. So 1 second. Yeah, okay. Go here. So let me see here. Okay, good. So we're gonna hear it in a minute. It's just gonna put it in the same area where they've got this thing. So let's see if I can put it here. So listen to this. Yeah, here we go.
Designed to say is this.
Listen.
Africa historically, Sub-Saharan Africa has been fundamental to global prosperity of the advanced countries.
Listen.
Okay, and Africa had a role to play.
You see?
As a raw material producer.
As a raw material producer, listen.
We will not allow Sub-Saharan Africa to escape that.
We will not allow Sub-Saharan Africa to escape that. We are only a raw material producer. That's what they want us to do. Sorry about this. Shut that one out. Sorry about that. So listen again. Watch.
Okay, we do everything to keep Sub-Saharan Africa where it is, also impoverished.
You see?
It's absolutely vital for the prosperity of everyone else. So let's get clear about that. Okay.
It's absolutely vital for Africa to be impoverished for the prosperity of everyone else. Please listen to those words. These are the words of Howard Nicholas, a professor of international relations, I think, in the Netherlands. Listen on.
And this means all the economic structures,
you see,
all the global institutions,
all the economic
and the economics we teach everyone, is all designed to keep Africa exactly where it is.
You see that?
And whether it is Europe or US or now China, it's always the same. We need Africa to be impoverished.
You see that?
Because we need those raw materials and we need them
dirt cheap. You see that? So they need those resources dirt cheap. Now let's tie what he said. We need those resources dirt cheap. Now let's tie that to the currency. The best way, the quickest and the fastest way that you can control any economy is to ensure that the currency, that you control the currency that they use. So in the 14 African countries with 105 million people, the system that they designed, now you can see that when I tell you that Europe and the US are all working together to keep Africa oppressed, and now China increasingly. You can see it there. Because what they're doing in France It's the same thing they're doing in the US to ensure that the price, the value of our currency is worthless. And then they will now, once the currency they imposed on us, they now force us to use that currency to buy finished goods that they've taken the material from us for, not paying for, in effect. This is what is going on. So please, again, I want you to listen to those words. Listen.
So, what this presentation is fundamentally designed to say is this. Africa, historically, Sub-Saharan Africa, has been fundamental to the global prosperity.
Very good idea, like what is
of the advanced countries. Okay? And Africa had a role to play. It has a role as a raw material producer. We will not allow Sub-Saharan Africa to escape that. Okay, we do everything to keep Sub-Saharan Africa where it is, also impoverished. It's absolutely vital for the prosperity of everyone else. So let's get clear about that.
Let's hear. I will carry on and hear what he's saying.
And this means all the economic structures, all the global institutions, and the economics we teach everyone is all designed to keep Africa exactly where it is. And whether it is Europe or US or now China, it's always the same. We need Africa to be impoverished.
We need Africa to be impoverished.
Raw materials, and we need them dirt cheap.
So you heard him.
That's the message. It doesn't mean to say
for a bit
that
more,
there's nothing Africans can do.
And this is where we come in. This is where we're coming in. We can do something about it. We can do something. We can and must do something about it. And the best way to start is our unity. We need to come together because these people, they are united in oppressing us. They are united. You can see here is, and if you ask me, where is the evidence of unity? The 1,000 naira West African francs equals $1, €1.53. And in Nigeria, the 1,000 naira equates to €1 and 31 cents. They are in the same ballpark area. And the effect is the same thing. It's like he said, we need us to remain raw material producers, and they want those raw materials to be at dirt cheap prices. By fixing the price of our currencies, imposing it on us, they get to buy our resources at dirt cheap prices. I hope you're following what we're saying here. I hope you're following what we're saying. This is of immense importance. We need to speak truth to power on this. We need to be, we mustn't quip about this. I'm exposing and explaining what is really happening here. And if this resonates with you, you need to please share this information. Share it to reach as many people as possible. That's their policy. And whatever agreement, we need to make sure that whatever agreement we come into with anybody else, it has to be something that benefits our people first and foremost. This has impoverished and continues to impoverish Africans. They've imposed it on us. We never said, none of us wanted any of this. This is an imposition, you know. It is so sad, indeed, my brother. Yes, it is so sad. It is so sad. So the solution is there. Time for Africans to start battering out foreign currency, promissory paper notes, and fiat debt currency. Exactly. We shouldn't be partaking in our own oppression. Now that we're aware of it, you can see on the screen. I'm explaining and emphasizing and trying to make sure that whoever watches this, you will be in no doubt that 1,000 naira of the CFA is only worth €1.53. Just like 1,000 naira of the Nigerian naira is only worth $1.31. And by doing that, every time they buy our resources, they are buying it at dirt cheap prices. Like he said, listen to the man again. Listen to the man again.
So, what this presentation is fundamentally designed to say is this. Africa historically, sub-Saharan Africa, has been fundamental to the global prosperity of the advanced countries. Okay? And Africa had a role to play. It has a role as a raw material producer. We will not allow sub-Saharan Africa to escape that. Okay, we do everything to keep sub-Saharan Africa where it is, also impoverished. It's absolutely vital for the prosperity of everyone else. So let's get clear about that. Okay, and this means all the economic structures, all the global institutions, and
IMF, World Bank, economics in school, they're telling you to believe in the theory that is designed to enslave you. You will be indoctrinated. We have been indoctrinated to harm ourselves. Anti-personnel against ourselves, as said by late Ama Ata Aido. May I rest in peace.
It doesn't mean to say that there's nothing Africans can do. Of course there is.
So,
okay, but this is the opposition that they're fighting. This is what it's about. Because if Africa does do something different, I assure you living standards of all those in Europe and North America and Asia is going to fall.
So, did you hear that? They said that if Africa does something different, if we stand together, then they're saying that the living standards of the people in the rest of the world will fall. I don't happen to subscribe to that thinking. Because it's saying that we will do to them exactly what they've done to us and just take everything. We want to do business with people. That's what we mean. We believe in trade. And as Africans, we trade with everybody. But the terms in which we trade will be way different. So I don't subscribe to the thinking that, the living standard would fall and we will restrict, but there will be, it's not going to be business as usual. And that's what we have to really be very, that's why I'm saying we need to start talking among ourselves immediately, urgently. Please study the words on there. I am so, what's the word? I'm really seeing this open up. It's like opening a door and seeing what has been hidden from us for so long. We didn't know. When you listen to the words it said and you look at the breakdown I'm providing for you, you can only come to one conclusion. They are working together. That's it. There is no such thing as the French are on their own or the US are on their own. They are working together to maintain the oppression of Africans. So likewise, we Africans, we need to work together to free ourselves from the slavery. That is what we need to do. And stop playing the game that they're doing to keep us divided. And that is why we need to say no to any war happening in Niger. We need to say no to it. That must be the first step of the plan that we take from here. But we need discussions among all Africans right now. Listen on people to hear what he's going to say. To Howard Nicholas.
And that is a big price to pay. I assure you that the West is not going to allow that without a big fight.
You see, the West will never. We have to. I'm trying to say this to you. What we are about to embark on now that we know what this is, they are going to do everything in their power to keep us enslaved. They will do everything in their power. Dizzy Man, I watched the video many years ago that uncovered a lot of the exploitation of Africa. Yes, indeed, Dizzy Man, very good. Yes, it is important, very, very good, and that is true. But it is relevant. Now, if you look at what Dizzy Man, if you see what's on the screen, if you look at the screen, my brother, 1,000 West African francs that the French imposed on 14 African countries is only what €1.53. Now look at what is happening in Nigeria right now. 1,000 naira is only what $1.31. This is what has been imposed by the US on on Nigeria. This is an imposition. It's not our will. Now they are using those some of the mindless people who are puppets. The puppets that the intellectual realignment group, IRG, I like to call it intellectual realignment groups of Mali, of Burkina Faso, of Niger and Guinea. They are doing what is called by Dr. Arikana Chobore Krau, the intellectual realignment. And so I call each of them, let me show you the picture of the groups who have carried out the realignment, and I want to really, so in Mali, from left to right, I'm going to read it to you. In Mali, they carried out intellectual realignment. It's not a coup. They carried out intellectual realignment because France is engaged in looting the resources of Mali and denying Mali people their access to their resources. So they carried out intellectual realignment. In Burkina Faso, again, they carried out an intellectual realignment because France was engaged in that country, stripping Burkina Faso people of their own resources and leaving them impoverished. Thirdly, in Niger, they carried out an intellectual realignment, not a coup. Because yet again, in that country, France was taking the key mineral, the uranium of Niger. France has been taking it for over 40 years. In Guinea, again, they stood up to the French because the French have been exploiting them, taking their resources, not paying, holding on to their money, and loaning them back their own money that the French forcibly forced them to put in the bank, in the French foreign the French exchange. And this is what is going on. So what you are seeing, these four countries led by Mali, Colonel Assimi Goita of Mali, Burkina Faso, Captain Ibrahim Traoré of Burkina Faso, General Abdurrahman Tiani of Niger, and Mamadi Doumbouya of Guinea. Those countries, what they've done is to carry out intellectual realignment. Intellectual realignment, something we must all support. But we need to have a real meaningful discussion as Africans as to the way forward for ourselves, knowing fully well what I've just shown you. I've shown you that right now, my brother Dizzyman, 123. Nigeria is facing the same problem as the 14 African countries combined. They're facing the same problems. They should start accepting our resources for its face value and not fiat currency. Thank you. That's exactly the point that's been made. But we have to compel them. They will not do it because you had the man say something. You had the man say something. Let us hear again what Professor Howard Nicholas from Netherlands said. Let's hear.
Okay, so this is what it's fundamentally about. What I want to show you is how these structures are operating. It's just 20 minutes, so we can't do very much, but just to give you a little bit of an idea. And why I keep the ideology part there is because we are part of the producers of ideology.
Listen, this is how they maintain, this is how they ensure that they keep the structure of the financial structure in place. We are being brainwashed to keep this in place. We've been brainwashed. So let me go back to the other one again. Let me go back to this one. As you're watching what it's saying, keep looking at the value of the Naira and the Sefa. they've dropped to virtually the same price, which means that they are working together.
At universities and academic institutions, we are complicit in this whole enterprise. Okay, so the job of many Western academics is to convince Africans they have to keep doing what they're doing.
You see?
Okay, and to show them it's your fault that you're poor. It's not our fault. It's your fault that you're poor.
You see?
So this is
it's our fault that we're poor, not theirs. Did you hear that? It's their job to keep convincing us to keep doing the same thing over and over. That is why we are having the same governance, practicing the same thing, expecting a different result. Because they have put us in what is called a routine mode. Do the same thing. Do not reassess what is happening. Just keep following, keep trusting it. They keep, they are brainwashing us to keep ourselves impoverished. Let's go forward.
Show that as well. To start, this is what it's basically about, so you know what it's about. I want to just show you the extent to which Africa is specializing in the production of raw materials and basic agricultural goods. We know the basic forces that have caused this underdevelopment. We know it's colonization.
You see, listen.
I will not discuss that.
So colonization has caused the underdevelopment, which is an admitting the truth, the facts here.
Very much because my colleague speaker is going to go into some aspects of this. But I do want to discuss the global economic structures, the global financial institutions, and economic ideology, briefly, to give you a flavor of those. Let me start with this. You can't really see it so easily, but if those of you who are interested, you want the PowerPoint, I'm sure we can make it available to you. But the thing that you really need to see is the top line. Okay, and the extent of dependency is captured by this statistic.
We can't see that. We can't see that, but anyway.
And you compare it with all other income groups. And what you see is essentially in that one statistic how dependent sub-Saharan Africa is on raw material production. Okay? This is the very heart of what makes sub-Saharan Africa beat. Okay? Here.
So, just wanted to just play that for us all, and I'll be playing that in my broadcast as often as possible. Let me see what it says. Africa plate in hand approach must stop now because it is counterproductive. For example, Africa needs to be smarter when regulating, when negotiating contracts on our terms after we have done our own homework. Yes, I agree entirely. These are very, very brilliant ideas. We do need to meet up as Africans. We do need to unite and actually work out a clear strategic plan among ourselves. This is where, to be able to make a change, a lasting change, we need to have an African meeting and discuss this at length, because then we can then train each other how to spot all of these things that they're doing. It is really unfair. But if I guess I'm gonna wrap up here. The thing that you see on the screen highlights to you. Again, it's showing you, as you're watching the screen, you will see that the same thing that is happening in the Francophone countries is the same thing happening in Nigeria. 1,000 West African CFA francs is only $1 and €1.53, whereas the same thing in Nigeria, 1,000 naira is only equal to $1.31. So that means that they can buy more of our money, spending more of our resources, spending less of their own money. And they tell us and dictate the price of the value of our own currency. we have no control over this at all. And they keep putting us to believe in their whole fiat currency or the failed economic systems designed to fail, and keep telling us to keep doing the same thing over and over. That is why you see our governors keep doing the same thing over and over, because they've been instructed to do that by those in power, to keep them from knowing that in actual fact, what we need to do is begin to say, no, you don't have the power to determine the price I am going to charge for the oil I'm going to sell you. You don't have that power. We stand together as Africans and say, no, we reject that. We are going to, you don't have that power. In fact, we don't want you on our land. Go away. And they are afraid. You heard Kiawadungura saying that he's saying that they will lose their standard of living. They are afraid that if Africa stands together, they will lose their standard of living. That is the reality. But that they are prepared to impoverish us. They are prepared to do anything to keep us impoverished. That is the reality. You heard the man say, don't take my word for it. Don't take my word for it. Let's play it again. Let me play again.
So, what this presentation is fundamentally designed to say is this. Africa historically, Sub-Saharan Africa,
Listen,
has
please.
been fundamental to the global prosperity of the advanced countries. Okay? And Africa had a role to play. It has a role as a raw material producer. We will not allow Sub-Saharan Africa to escape that.
See?
Okay, we do everything to keep Sub-Saharan Africa where it is, also impoverished. It's absolutely vital for the prosperity of everyone else. So let's get clear about that. Okay, and this means all the economic structures, global
institutions, World Bank, IMF, economics, all of that.
Exactly where it is.
Milton Keynes, or whatever they call it.
McKinsey or China, it's always the same. We need Africa to be impoverished because we need those raw materials and we need them dirt cheap. Okay, so that's the message. It doesn't mean to say that there's nothing Africans can do. Of course there is. Okay, but this is the opposition that they're fighting. This is what it's about. Because if Africa does do something different,
listen to this, please.
I assure you, living standards of all those in Europe and North America and Asia is going to fall. Okay? And
so their key motivating factor now is that they believe that once Africa unites, their own standard of living will fall. And for them to keep that standard of living, they are prepared to oppress Africans. We need to be very, very clear to understand that. His words are, if we get control, they know, they are in their own mind that Africa getting control of the resources, their own standard of living will fall. So their entire system has enslaved the entire Africa. That is the reality that we face. There's no point in sugarcoating the words. These are what is happening. Let me just reverse it back.
it doesn't mean to say that there's nothing Africans can do.
Listen again, please listen.
Okay, but this is the opposition that they're fighting. This is what it's about. Because if Africa does do something different, I assure you living standards of all those in Europe and North America and Asia is going to fall.
So we can now see the motivating factor for what is driving their insistence on keeping Africans in Africa oppressed. We have to understand, I mean, we need to really analyze this ourselves. And I think at this point I'm calling for all Africans in all our groupings right now. We don't even need to wait for a big meeting among the states. As Africans, we need to start interacting. We need to create platforms where all Africans can start talking about this, play videos like this to wake up our consciousness, to make us all realize that it is in our interest to unite. Because those who are oppressing us, they are united in their oppression of Africa. And if we stand by and say, oh, I'm going to be on my own, I'm going to take care of my side area first, we are leaving ourselves open to continued oppression, exploitation, enslavement, impoverishment, all of those things that they are doing, because for them, once Africa gets control, their living standards will drop in their own eyes. But Africa and our ancestors have lived for thousands of years, built great kingdoms that succeeded for thousands of years before Europe was even conceptualized. And not once can you say that in Nigeria, for example, when the Oba took over a kingdom, he made the kingdom run and give payment to them like a tax, not destroying the kingdom, right? So this is not. Whereas in Europe, the mentality of those who are espousing this idea of, oh, the living standard will drop, is that the Europeans are the policy, at least in their policy actions, is a scorched earth policy. Either I take it or it gets destroyed. Whereas, like I said, in Yoruba land, in the Yoruba kingdom, when the king went and they went into war and they defeated another kingdom, rather than sort of take them as slaves, the Oyo Empire actually created them. They became part of the empire, and they were contributing to them, and they were even employed within Oyo Empire. Can you see what I'm saying? It wasn't like they destroyed it or to keep them oppressed. In fact, some of the people that were taken as slaves often became high chiefs within the structure. These are realities that we have to tell ourselves. So when you hear this argument, we must be ready to counter it with facts that of our great African kingdoms, because their thinking is clearly at a level that is very, very how can I put it? It is not at a high level thinking. It is at a level of a thinking of fear-based thinking. Whereas Africans have been on this continent, on this earth for eons. They've seen all manner of changes, and now it is time for us to rise. We must rise. Ladies and gentlemen, you know what? I have espoused as much as I can on this topic for now. Rest assured, however, we're going to come back and talk about this. But please, I want you to focus on what you see on the screen. Make sure you study that. And what you see on the screen is telling us something fundamental. And that is that, be it the French-speaking or the Anglophone-speaking side, their policy is the same. 1,000 West African CFA francs is only worth €1.53. 1,000 naira is only worth $1.31. In both cases, it has dropped the value of the currency of a resource-rich continent to such an extent that they get to buy the resources dirt cheap at the expense of the people to whom the resources belong. We need to understand this. We have to put a stop to it. We can't just wake up one day. No one country in Africa can do this. We have to see Africa as one continent, period. We have to see Africa as one continent, period. No one country in Africa can break free from this. It has to be a collective effort. Now we further understand why they have broken us up into small little bits, because they've kept us divided. To be able to achieve true independence from this system and break it back forever, our absolute unity, very much like Julius Malema has said, is a prerequisite. Our unity is non-negotiable. Our unity is non-negotiable. Our unity as Africans is non-negotiable. We need to begin to work on that. So, but we need to, in our various groupings, we need to begin to talk about this, share programs like this, and get to understand the real fundamentals that they've done, the clever things they've done, the sleight of hand they've done, made to make us believe in the lies, to make us believe in doing the same thing over and over, which is just a routine. They call it quotidian. It's a routine that they made us to believe, okay, just if I do it, it'll work. These are things we need to break the back of once and for all. We must as Africans, but we cannot do it individually. One of the things that was happening was that the reason they were able to kill Patrice Lumumba was that various African countries were not in tune and watching out for this and thinking, okay, they will try and take one of us out. How do we deal with it? And now we can see that. Now, 54 countries in Africa. It is clear now that they are not even countries. We are simply resource extraction points. We're not countries. Because the evidence is that by forcing you to have a currency that they control, and the price of your resources is so cheap they can buy it at dead cheap prices, it means that we are not in control of anything. And the only way we can get control is to unite. Our unity will free our people in their millions. Our unity as Africans will free our people in their millions. And we are rising. The time is now. We're in the age of awareness, and Africans are rising, and it's time for us now to work together to raise the level of the vibration. Yes, the good vibrations to get us to that level. And I know we can do this. I know we can do this. We must work together. So in all our groupings right now, the first thing, let's just start talking about these things. These are the kind of videos we need to look at to wake us up in every community. It's not something that can be done by one person. If it's just one or two or three, it's not going to make, but if all of us are doing it, how many are going to take out? How many can they take out? They can't. And that is what we need. The numbers. There's over 1.2 billion of us in Africa. It's time now. The time for Africa to arise is now. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been watching Citizenwide, the platform where we speak truth to power. Please share this broadcast. When you go to the podcast, please do share it. What we need to really understand is that we are facing the same system. It's just called a different thing. And so I really want to, thank you very much, Alaba. What is Jinebu? So we need to continue. I will just say thank you so much for watching Citizenwide, the platform where we speak truth to power. Please do not forget, if you are watching us and you haven't given us a thumbs up, give us a thumbs up. There's 4 people watching now right now. Please give us a thumbs up. That way you will help the algorithm to reach more people. When you do that, somebody else will do it, then somebody else will do it, then somebody else will do it, and then it will reach other people, and people will hear it. They will get, what are they watching? And they can rewatch it again. So even after you watch the program, please give a thumbs up whilst you're watching it. Everybody who's going to watch this program, if it's only 80 of you who watch it, give a thumbs up. If it's only 50, give a thumbs up. If it's 100, give a thumbs up. Each and every one of you. That is all we're asking, because you will help the algorithm to reach more people. And the news of what we're trying to read, the information we're trying to give, will reach more people. Because that's what we need to do now. We need to saturate Africa with this information. We have to saturate the African continent with this information to enable people to make informed decisions. That is what must happen. Many of us who are in this struggle, who are making this calls like this, it is not something that we chose. We have been chosen by our ancestors to pass the message to each and every one of us. And depending on who you are, some of our messages will resonate with some, it will resonate with others. And that is how our ancestors has done this. We are doing this not because it's something that we chose to do, but it is in us. You see, Africa is not, I wasn't born in Africa. I was not born in Africa, but Africa was born in me. Do you understand? I wasn't born in Africa, I was born in abroad, but Africa is born in me. So even if I said I don't want to do this, this is something that is in me that I have to communicate. to reach other people, like-minded people, to begin to awaken, to begin to really realize that it's time for Africa to wake up, and for the coming generation. We're not doing this for now. We're doing it for the coming generation. We don't want any of our children to be dying in the Mediterranean Sea any longer because of the whims of those who have decided to impoverish Africa for their own benefits. I've got direct friends whose families have died in the sea, in the Mediterranean Sea, because they were trying to seek a better life, not knowing that the better life is the oasis that we have is indeed in Africa. But because our resources have been stripped from us, using the fiat currencies to strip us and fixing our currencies to loot our own resources, our wealth from us, we are impoverished in our own land. But we are waking up. The time for change is now. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all so much for watching. You have been watching Season AY, the platform where we speak to the power. Like I said, if you are watching this broadcast over later, whoever is watching it, all I will urge you is to give us thumbs up. As you're watching it, make sure you give us thumbs up. If you haven't given a thumbs up, do it right now. Before we leave, give thumbs up. Help us reach more people, because this information that we're sharing, what you see on the screen, this particular one here, 1,000 CFA francs equal to $1.53. And again, 1,000 naira equals to $1.31. You see, let me say it again, 1,000 West African francs equals €1.53. 1,000 naira equals to $1.31. These are things, I share to go, I share. So shall it be. So please, I urge you all, there is a lot you can do for us. Everybody watching this, if you are watching this over again, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the notification button, give us the thumbs up. Let me show you what you need to do. Subscribe, hit the notification button, give us thumbs up. Every time you're watching it, if you're just watching it, please do that. That way we get to reach more people, and this message needs to go far and wide. It is for every African, because in this video you will see that is crystal clear now that either it's the French side or the Anglophone side, their policy is the same: extraction of African resources at dirt cheap prices. That's their strategy. Now we need to confront it together collectively. So thank you so much for watching. You are of course watching Season AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. I'll be back later on in the morning and do more broadcasts. There's a lot of more things we need to do in terms of in Nigeria that I'll be talking about, but this is something that I felt that Africa-wide we need to reach more people. So please do share this broadcast. If you have any friends across Africa, in Ghana, in Gabon, in wherever you are, this message that we are seeing on the screen is for you. A message to all Africans. Please, let us share the message. Thank you so much for watching. You've been watching Season AY, the platform where we speak to power. Before we go, all I want you to do is to keep it locked on. Thank you, and bye for now. Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, we'll be back with you briefly, just watch 1 second. As ever, please subscribe to Season While the platform will speak with the power. Give me a minute, we'll just be with you right quick. we'll just be giving you further update, and I will come on the live and I'll be back live shortly. Just give me a couple of seconds, and yeah, 1 second please. So okay, we are just gonna quickly do something very quickly here. 1 minute please. Just bear with us. So here we go. Just to give you a further update, just recently.
Good morning, and welcome to Citizen AY. 1 second. Good morning, and welcome to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. I just want to spend a few minutes to talk about this issue here. It's a lovely Wednesday afternoon. Oh, sorry about this. 1 minute, it's going to mix up. Well, it's a lovely Wednesday afternoon, and I just want to just touch base with you all quickly on what's going on. It's a lovely Wednesday afternoon. Please do share this broadcast. I appreciate you. Please, I would really like you all to do me a favor. There are over 120,000 followers of Citizen AY on YouTube. If your notification isn't switched on, please do me a favor. Go and switch on your notification. Invite other people to join us on this broadcast. Help us reach more people. It is really important, the message we're trying to share, to send. What I'd like you to do above all else also is this. I'd like you to help us share this message and let it reach as many people as possible. There are a lot of things that are totally unacceptable that's going on, and we first of all appreciate and acknowledge the work of the government on the Isheshe Day. The Isheshe Day took place in 4 states. Sorry about that. The Isheshe Day took place in 4 states. The Isheshe Day took place in 4 states. Sorry about that. The Isheshe Day took place in 4 states. In Osun, Oyo, Ogun, and Eko. It was on the 20th of August 2023. It was a great success, and we want to really commend President Tinubu on this particular one. We have, as many of you know, there are many concerns we have about the state of the economy in that country. Thank you very much. Thank you. There's many concerns that we have about the state of the economy, the policies of the government. We do have concerns about that. Sorry. We do have concerns about that. We have concerns about the economy and what is going on and all of that. So, oh man. So sorry about this. Hopefully it will ease off. I do apologize. We do have concerns about the. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have concerns about the state of the economy and what is happening. Please, if you're watching this, I would really like it if you can subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube. Currently on Citizen AY on Facebook, we have, like I said, 120,000 followers. Sorry. We have 120,000 followers, and we would really like you all to be of help to us to subscribe. We would like you to help us to grow the platform by subscribing to Citizen AY on YouTube. Apologies for the noise. I'm going through a very busy area, so you'll hear some noises in the background. But as you know, I am on my mobility scooter, and that is what you hear. So, but first of all, please, we would like you to subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube. The site is hashtag Citizen AY. I want to thank you very much. So, we would like that very much. Okay, what are you doing? Okay, sorry, it's me playing about. So, so now I'll move again. Yeah. So, in essence, what I'd really like us to do is, as you're watching this, like I say again, there are on Citizen AY, the platform where we speak with the power on Facebook, we have over 110,000, 120,000 followers. And what we want you to do is to really help us grow our platform. We are moving away from Facebook gradually because Facebook always brings down our broadcast. So the best thing you can do for us, is to help us go to Citizen AY on YouTube, hit notification button, subscribe, give us a thumbs up, and help us reach more people. We need that support. We need to grow the platform. We need you to be. Thank you, yes, it is. Thank you. So, yeah. So that would really be of great help if you could do that for us. Go to the thank you very much. Go to Citizen AY on YouTube, subscribe, hit the notification button, and of course give us a thumbs up. With over 120,000 followers there, it is important that we move. I encourage us all to move over to the Citizen AY on YouTube. Facebook is not reliable. They are always interfering. They are always interfering with our broadcast, and they are always making it very difficult for us to do things. So, a second, give me a minute. I am just, as you see, I'm trying to get down. I'm on my mobility scooter, so that's why you hear the noise in the background. But I'm trying to give this information to you all, and it's very important that we share it. So, I can't get up and move around, but the fact of the matter is that I have restrictions on my mobility due to the chronic pain that I have. I have a constant chronic pain, and that impacts my ability to move around. So what I do, how do I compensate for that? I compensate by doing hydrotherapy on average 3 times a week. I go swimming, and I swim. The more I swim, the more it helps my chronic pain. So I can move for a little bit, but not too far. So I use a mobility scooter, and it is a factor of life for me. I'm quite comfortable with that. This is what it is. But the fact that I can swim, I've swum 3,000 meters. 3,000 meters, that's 145 laps in the pool, 20 meters. I've done that. I did that back in 2021. And it's a record. I believe I'm trying to see if I can actually get that record accepted by the Guinness Book of Records as the first person to have done it. If the date and the time is there. But anyway, let's put that to one side. What is the reason for today's broadcast? The reason for today's broadcast is simple. We are calling on the federal government that has allowed Isheshe, that has now passed a law to allow Isheshe to take place in Yoruba land, to look into the matter in Kwara State, Ilorin, where the imams, they actually held a press conference. They held a press conference where they said they do not wish for the Isheshe people, the people who are practicing African beliefs, to hold their celebrations. Listen, to hold their celebrations anywhere in Ilorin, in Kwara State. And they made an announcement on TV. And I will share this later on my broadcast when I go on YouTube. We're going to talk about that later on YouTube. This is why I urge you, please subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube. Hit notification button, give us thumbs up. YouTube is the platform of choice from here on. We are going to be using YouTube more and more and more and more because we realize that Facebook are always reducing our numbers. Oh, God. Thank you very much. You guys get it. So, what I'd like you to do for me as you're watching this, you will be doing me a massive favor if you can also notify your friends. If you can notify your friends about what I've just said now, make your friends aware that Citizen AY is going to be moving more and more onto YouTube. And it's just hashtag Citizen AY. I would like you to go there and subscribe to Citizen AY. Hit the red button, hit the notification button, give us a thumbs up, and please share. Now, going back to the main reason of this broadcast. The main reason of this broadcast is I have always said, as many of you would have known, I have always talked about the Constitution of Nigeria. I've always talked about the need for us to know the Constitution of Nigeria. Initially, firstly, believing that Constitution meant that Nigeria will function. But as we all know, Nigeria is what it is. It isn't functioning. But nonetheless, there are key sections of that Constitution that, even in our current situation now, that we can use to hold our governor to account. Now, going to the issue of the Isheshe being prevented from holding their celebration in Kwara State, Ilorin, by the imams, under the guise of saying that, due to for religious tolerance. Thank you, brother. For religious tolerance, they will prefer that if they do not hold Isheshe celebrations. If they do not hold Isheshe celebrations. So they said, no, we don't want that to happen in Ilorin. Now, a message directly to those who are practicing Islam is the name Ilorin is talking about in Yoruba language. It means pressing the iron. It means pressing the iron. Ilorin is a Yoruba land. Ilorin is a Yoruba land. And like I said, the name Ilorin means pressing the iron. So you cannot get more Yoruba than that. You cannot get more Yoruba than having a name Ilorin. And the fact of the matter is this: the Muslims are new people on that land. Isheshe is as old as Ilorin. The African belief system, as practice that we call Isheshe, is as old as Ilorin. And what that means is that the Muslims have no power. They have no power. They have no power. They have no right to prevent Isheshe practitioners from holding their celebration, such as they did on the 20th of August 2023. It is totally unacceptable, and it goes against the Constitution. Section 1(3) of the Constitution says, if any law goes against that of the Constitution, it says that law itself will be void and the Constitution shall reign supreme. Section 1(3) of the 1999 Constitution. Listen very well. This message is directly to the imams who are in Ilorin. They must comply with the Constitution. And I encourage the government of the day, even though, as you know, I'm a critic of the Constitution of Nigeria. Many people are very aware that I am a critic of that constitution. That constitution is not working for us. And indeed, I continue to advocate for the review of that constitution and indeed to insert a referendum in that constitution to allow people to be able to make a decision if they wish to be part of that country or if they want to go for self-determination. So we need a referendum. And to that end, we need to ensure that those who are the imams need to understand that they are not above the law. Islam is not. Islam is not the law of the land. Islam is not the law of the land. Islam is just a religion, just like Christianity. And here's the second point that I want the imams and everybody, all of the Muslims in Ilorin to understand. Everybody must understand. Section 10 of the 1999 Constitution states the federation or a state, no religion, the federation of a state, the federation or a state shall not adopt any religion as state religion. Let me say that again. The federation or a state, the Federation of Nigeria or any state in Nigeria shall not adopt any religion as state religion. So what does that mean? That means that the fact that the Muslims forced the Isheshe people to suspend the Isheshe Day in Ilorin under the threat that it goes against their there will be some threat to them for carrying out their Isheshe is unconstitutional, and also it is actually a demonstration of religious intolerance to demand that others who are free, who have every right to practice their own belief system, Isheshe, freely in Nigeria, as mandated under Section 10 of the Nigerian Constitution. The federation or a state shall not adopt any religion as state religion. Those are the words as explicitly stated. The federation or a state shall not adopt any religion as state religion. Now, what is sad about this? What is sad about this is that the police insisted that the Isheshe people abandon their own practices. How would the Muslims feel if they were told, I am sorry, we are cancelling your Eid because the Isheshe people are not happy with your celebration? How would they feel? How would they feel? These are the questions that we are putting before the people. How would they feel? Sorry. Thank you. How would they feel if they cancelled the Eid and nobody is cancelling it? And another thing I want to say, another thing I want to add on top of this. Many a times, the Muslims will say, oh, because somebody burnt their Bible and their Quran, or it goes against them, and they burn them to death. They kill people. Let me state again, in the Constitution, it states under section under section 33(1), everyone is entitled to their life, and no one shall be deprived of their life, except in the situation where they have been convicted in the court of law for a crime in Nigeria. For a crime. So when the Fulanese and not the poor. When the Muslims go and take a life because somebody burnt a Bible, they are breaking the law. They are breaking the law. And this is why we encourage the need for people to know about our constitution. The constitution is supreme. The constitution is supreme above any religion, be it Christianity, be it Islam, be it Isheshi. It is supreme. And that is the law that must reign supreme. Because it said, section 136 says, if any law goes against the constitution, that other law will be deemed to be void. And that is what we need to exercise. And that is why we're doing a program like this morning. To raise that awareness, to make you understand, to make people understand. The message is for the people, the imams in Ilorin. We are not here to abuse you. We don't need to abuse you. You do not. Ilorin is Yoruba. End of story. Ilorin is Yoruba. The name Ilorin means to press an iron, to press the iron. They are pressing the iron, which is to melt in it. That is what Ilorin means. So you cannot get more Yoruba than that. You cannot get more Yoruba than the fact that the name Ilorin is a name that came from the Yorubas. We must stand by the people of Ilorin who are practicing Isheshe. They must not be abandoned. The federal government, if they are talking about unity, they need to demonstrate that unity by ensuring that the people of Ilorin who practice Isheshe are protected and allowed to carry out their celebrations without fear or hindrance from the Islam people. No one is advocating for the Islamic celebrations not to take place. No one is advocating for Islamic celebrations not to take place because the law guarantees it. The federation or a state shall not adopt any religion as state religion. That is really important to state. So, I will come back and do a fuller broadcast about this, and I'll be showing the video of the Imam and what he said, and the police commissioner. And unfortunately, Mrs. Adelesi is really has dropped the ball. She discouraged the Isheshe people of Ilorin from practicing their rights, their religion, as mandated under Section 10 of the 1999 Constitution that states the federation or a state shall not adopt any religion as state religion. Let us make this categorically clear. The people of Ilorin have a right, all of them have a right to practice any religion they wish to practice. If you're a Christian, you are free to practice your religion. If you're Muslim, you're free to practice your religion. If you're a Sheshe, you are also free to practice your African belief. And nobody should restrict you. That is what we're trying to say here. That is what we're trying to say here. And the fact that that has been done is so wrong. And we want to take this opportunity to call on the government of President Tinubu to ensure that every opportunity is afforded to the Isheshe to carry out their celebrations. The Muslims in Ilorin would not like it if for any reason somebody said to them, oh, this year we are going to cancel your Eid celebrations. Many of us, I'm not Muslim, not Christian, but I even join in when there is Eid celebration. I even join in. I join in when they have their Eid celebrations. I have friends who are Muslim, I have friends who are Christians. When they're doing their Eid celebrations, even though I don't practice neither of those religions, I believe more in Isheshe. I send out wishes, good wishes to both Christians on Christian celebrations and the Muslims on Muslim celebrations. What what that Imam did in banning and preventing the from taking place is actually a demonstration of religious intolerance, number one, breaking the laws of the nation. The law states, Section 10, the federation or a state shall not adopt any religion as state religion. That is what it states. And we need to reiterate this strongly. Sorry, sorry about that. Okay, apologies. Sorry, thank you. So that is what it states. And I want you all to really understand that if we are silent in the face of this, and I'm shortly going to be making a few, there'll be some updates on things in terms of learning. Because we need to hear the side of the story of the Isheshe people. They have been wronged. The Isheshe people of Ilori, the people who practice Isheshe in Ilori, have been wronged. And they need to be given an opportunity to state their side of the story. Because, like I said, Section 10 affords them that right. The right to practice their religion without fear or hindrance. And it's really, really important that we exercise that. It is unjust, it is wrong, it is unfair for them, for the Islamic people to unilaterally decide to ban Isheshe. They went to where they were practicing by the river, to where Isheshe were practicing by the river, and they told them, you are not allowed to do it here because this land is Muslim land. It isn't. The constitution states it. Again, I'll keep saying that one. The federation or state shall not adopt any religion as state religion. I don't think I can get through there. So, I can't get through. So, it is really important. Go straight. 1 minute. Okay, sir. All right, thank you very much. You get through. Thank you very much. So, it is really important that we really are no longer silent. Let's be very clear about one thing as far as myself is concerned. I'm advocating for self-determination for Yoruba people and Biafrans and others. But I'm realistic enough to know right now that we are in Nigeria. And the laws within that constitution has to be something that we must ensure that we are all aware of. Because by not being aware of it, this is why the Isheshe people have allowed the Islam people to prevent them from having the Isheshe celebration day in Ilorin. So we need that awareness of the constitution. Even though we want we want a referendum, it is important we know those laws so that we can begin to hold everybody to account and say no and quote this constitution to them. Because what has happened in Ilorin is totally unacceptable. Something we should not accept. Again, the federation or the state shall not adopt any religion as state religion. It is an open and shut case. We should not accept it. We need to really reject this attempt to Islamize Ilorin. Yes, you can practice Islam. Ilorin is a Yoruba nation. It is not an Islamic nation. The Yoruba people are very tolerant. Ilorin, Imam, and the religion of Islam only came into Ilorin not recently, not that long ago. Whereas Isheshe has been from the beginning of Ilorin, Kwara State. From the beginning, Isheshe has been part and parcel of the people of Ilorin. Isheshe has, and it remains part and parcel of the people. To try to take away the beliefs of the people is very, very wrong. And this is a clear demonstration of religious intolerance by the Muslim people, saying, oh, because we do not feel happy about it, we don't want you to do it. Again, I reiterate, one more thing I also want to point out. Several times, countless times, Muslims have gone and destroyed Isheshe properties and their shrines and things in the name of their Islam. Not one of them has been arrested. Not one of them has been arrested. But if anybody burns the Quran, then they will say, oh, how dare you? And they will take their life. They're breaking laws. Section 10, Section 33 says every person has a right to life, and no one shall be intentionally deprived of their life, except in the case of a conviction in the court of law. And that is what we need to understand. The Muslims who are telling us that, oh, they are peaceful, loving people, they are the ones who are instigating. Not all Muslims, I have to ask, not all Muslims, but there are certain people, there are certain people who have taken on the role to oppress and suppress fellow citizens under the guise of being a Muslim. That is not a religion. That is a controlling people using that religion. And that is wrong. The agenda is, of course, to take over the land, to take over people's lands, to oppress, to suppress. That's the agenda. So we need to reject it. So in closing, before I'm just going to wrap this up. I will come back later on and talk about it. Please, I would like you to please subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube. Hit the notification button. Give a thumbs up. Help us reach more people. What is going on now is unfair and unjust. Section 10 states the federation or a state shall not adopt any religion as state religion. And for the Ilori Muslims to be imposing their religion on Isheshe is wrong. It goes against the constitution. Ladies and gentlemen, please, I urge you to subscribe. I urge you to subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube. Help us grow the platform. Help us reach more people. We need your support. We need to continue to grow the platform and raise the level of awareness. We stand with the people of Ilorin, the Isheshe people of Ilorin. They have a right to practice under the Constitution of Nigeria. They have a right to practice their spiritual beliefs. And we should not allow the injustice. Thank you. So we should not allow the continued oppression of the Ilorin people who practice Isheshe by Muslims. The banning and the threatening of the Isheshe people by the Muslims is actually religious intolerance. We need to call it what it is. It is actually religious intolerance. It is not something that we must condone nor accept. We need to speak out against it. That is why on this platform, Citizen AY is speaking out clearly, loudly and clearly, and me giving you a reasons why we need to support Isheshe. We mustn't allow this injustice to go on. And we call on the federal government. We call on the federal government to embark on a awareness about our constitutional rights. We call on them to print out the Constitution, this particular area. I've done books where I've done particular sections, Section 1, Section 10, and Section 33 of the Constitution, where he actually talks about the laws, and it explains to people that everybody has the right to practice the religion. And that is something that has to be impressed upon the religious, the Islamic leaders in Kwara State, in Ilorin. They are demonstrating and displaying. They are displaying religious intolerance. They are displaying religious intolerance, and it is unacceptable. They are using mob rule against people. That is unjust, unfair, unacceptable. Thank you very much. So, in closing, I want to thank you all for listening to this broadcast. I'll be back shortly on Citizen AY, on YouTube, on Citizen AY. Please, as you're watching this, go ahead and subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube. Hit the notification button, give us thumbs up, help us reach more people because we need this information to reach more people. Facebook are making things difficult, like I said. We have thank you very much. Thank you. We have over 120,000 followers on Facebook, but my notification has been switched off. The notification on Citizen AY on Facebook has been switched off by Facebook, meaning that when I come on a live broadcast, the followers of my platform, 100 Citizen AY, the platform where we put it to power, don't get to see it. So please, when you get this podcast, share it, let it reach more people. We're encouraging you all. Go to Citizen AY on YouTube, subscribe, hit notification button, give us thumbs up, help us reach more people. Thank you for watching. I'll be back later on. Again, the imams and the Muslim clerics, they are demonstrating religious intolerance in Ilorin, and that is unacceptable. Section 10 states, the federation or a state shall not adopt any religion as state religion. And we call on the police commissioner in Ilorin to have a rethink about the stance they took, trying to say that, rather than ensure that everyone complies with the law, they allow the very people that are breaking the law to get away with breaking the law. That is not right. That is unconstitutional, and they need to have a rethink. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the platform where we teach power about this law. Please share this broadcast. Help us reach more people. This is unjust. This is unfair. I'm about later on. Please don't forget, subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube, hit the notification button, and of course, give us a thumbs up. We'll talk later on. Thank you. I'm back for now.
Okay. Coming thinking fast, there'll be more shortly. 1 second, please. Just give me a second. Okay. Give me a second. Africa must unite. That's the picture you see on the screen. Africa must unite. So let's go forward straight away on the same vein. Broadcast we did yesterday. We're going to replay that now with our brother Ayomiku Daniju. Brilliant broadcast. We'll be expecting more broadcasts from him and myself in due course. Thank you. Let's proceed. So we're going to test this. Good afternoon and welcome to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. Today I have a special guest with me. His name is Ayomiku Daniju. Ayomiku Daniju, is that correct?
Ayomiku Daniju.
Ayomiku Daniju, yes. So now what we are looking at, we wanted to really have some, discussions about we are going to be having discussions about Nigeria, dollarization, and all of these things. But tell the welcome on board, Ayomiku.
Yes.
I'd like you to tell the people a bit of a background about yourself, and so they can get a picture of who you are, and your where what is your area of interest in Nigeria, as it were. Thank you.
Absolutely. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, according to the time you're watching this live broadcast. This is my first time on the official live broadcast.
That's
with
fine.
a big Mongo, Citizen AY. It's a big pleasure. It's an honor, to be on this live broadcast, and I know this will definitely unlock a big moment in my life in general to to be able to spread my voice and put it to the world and let people know exactly what I see and my own view of what's going on in Nigeria. A little background of myself. I was born and raised in Lagos Island, Isaleko to be precise, in
Okay.
Gaidugon to be precise.
Interesting.
Yeah, I was born and raised over there. I lived in the mainland. I lived in the island. Then when I was like my age, kind of like my 15 years, 16 years, I left. We left Lagos. I relocated to Ibadan because my dad was having like he had a farm and he was trying to like build something. So we relocated to Ibadan. But right from Ibadan, that was when I moved to the United States. At 2010, I got to the United States. But during the time I was in Nigeria, all the information that I was hearing about Nigeria was about what our parents say or what elders in the community say. But deep down with me, with the little exposure that I have about the United States and the West and other countries surrounding Africa, and other countries surrounding Nigeria as well, I noticed that something is not right. There's a fundamental thing wrong in Nigeria that is not letting the children of my age at that time react like the way the other kids of my age at that time express their views to the world.
Okay.
So I've already have that little that fruit has already been planted in me as at that time. So getting to the United States, with the help of technology and like internet everywhere, and like literally your phone is like your everything. Like you can access like the fastest information through your phone. And I started following like Nigerian politics, and that was when 2011, 2012. That was when the calamity of Nigeria started like boiling to the next level.
Yes.
And I started noticing like, strange faces, strange policies. That's the number one thing. It's not even about the faces, because the faces has been there. Like there's different tribes that come together that makes Nigeria. But those beautiful tribes, I've started noticing like strange policies coming out of these different tribes, and they want to use those policies to govern the people of 250 million people. So right from there, I started like following the politics of Nigeria even hardcore to see like what exactly is going on in this country. That those same policies and those manipulations try to like antagonize another person to benefit their own gain. That was what gave birth to the the fuel subsidy that happened during the Jonathan time, and everybody standing up, condemning Jonathan, kicking Jonathan out of power, and those actions of those time that gave birth to the presidency of Buhari and Yemi Osinbajo, and all the promises that was made during those time from the faces we call fathers. The faces we call fathers, the promises that our fathers made to us, and they did not even fulfill those promises at all.
No.
Instead of fulfilling that promises, they made the promises even 2,000 times worse.
Okay.
So that right there, all those scenarios right there, like just unlock the whole Nigeria, like on my face. Like, okay, you know what? It is time that we cannot put our faith on our fathers anymore.
No.
Some people have to start talking, but with the I would say with the battle that our honest fathers have fought to kind of like give us this opportunity to be able to speak about this big giant called Nigeria. It is. We saw like the dangers that people like you in your youth time. We saw the dangers that you guys went through. We saw the names that you were called. So seeing those things too coming to us too is like we kind of like make us step back. Like, whoa, wait a minute. Maybe if our fathers are like hardcore going into it head on, maybe we can look for another way to tackle this issue. That was what gave birth to the massive gatherers of Nigerian youths on Twitter, on Facebook, on TikTok, on all the social media. That was what gave birth to that. That is that we cannot. It's like we cannot face them head on, but we decided to like just go in a digital way, so we can reach like more coverage. So those are all the things that actually boil me up to like started like, I want to know what this is about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Fantastic. Now, welcome on board again, and thanks for giving us an in-depth analysis of yourself. I presume, I take it you're a father as well. You got kids as well.
Yes.
Right.
Yes,
So,
I'm a father.
like, how many? One or two? Just don't give
One.
me a name. Just one.
My first one.
Fantastic.
My first one.
You see, now you can have the perspective. And what I really wanted to do was that it's all well and good that people like myself and my age would be talking about Nigeria from our perspective. And oftentimes we do talk about it, and I have felt that we perhaps have not given credence to your generation's point of view, and I think that is probably partly down to how we were raised as well. Because you just believe in this thing of when your elders speak, the children just listen. But over time, I actually think that we need to listen more, and yes, we can guide. Our role is still to guide, but we listen more, because in listening, you'll be able to see what is really actually quite important. There is this saying. I mean, I love Yoruba proverbs.
Yes.
So that means that when the adults are when the kids are so our role is to actually, now that we've done everything as parents now and sort of and our parents, our role should really be the one of just standing back and let you guys actually begin to speak, and then begin to direct that into the areas that would actually benefit us. That's what I think.
Absolutely.
So that's why I thought having this kind of discussion is of immense importance, and I'm really grateful that you've joined us live now, and we're having a discussion. Now, what I really wanted to ask you a question is, as a youth now, what is the future? What would future would you like to see in that place we call Nigeria? Or even, are you even open to the idea of a Yoruba nation? If Nigeria fails, currently it's not working.
The future. Thank you very much for that question, sir. The future that I see for Nigeria is total disintegration. That's the future.
Okay.
The reason why I said a total disintegration is that, I mean, we can use a little practical theory to even like solve this issue. If you put, let's say 10 lions in a cage, and you didn't give them food, 30 days, what's gonna happen to those lions?
Yeah. Interesting. They're gonna turn on each other at some point. They will try, the survival mode will kick in.
The survival of the fittest.
Yes.
And that's what's going on in Nigeria. So how can you break that survival of the fittest? Open the gates and let the lions be. Let them roam back into the wild. Let them have fun. Let them explore. A lion knows how to feed themselves. That is how the entire tribe in Nigeria, the 250 tribe in Nigeria, they are all lions. They know how to feed themselves.
Exactly.
They know how to create their own wealth on their own terms. They have God Olodumare has created them with their ideas and their mindset on how to make their own wealth. The way the Igbos make their own wealth is completely different from how we, the Yorubas, make our wealth. The way the Hausas make their wealth is completely different on how the Kanaris make their own wealth.
Yeah.
Likewise, the Fulanis, the way they make their own wealth is completely different from how the Idomas or the Calabaris make their own wealth. So, with that, we're supposed to be able to explore and go make our own wealth ourselves. So that is the future that I foresee in Nigeria. And for Yoruba nation, I'm a truly Yoruba born. I will take Yoruba nation over anything. My own ideology is Yoruba first. So Yoruba nation is a very number one big key to me. But the only thing that I'm gonna let my people know is that Yoruba Nation cannot. If they think Yoruba Nation can come in like 3 years, 4 years, or 5 years, they are totally they are deceiving themselves.
Thank you. We will. I don't want to. Let's not go to what you did right now. We will.
Yes.
We will talk about that. Now, the reason, and we'll come and talk about that later, and you'll see why. Because if we do, then we're going to jump over the point of what we're trying to do now.
Absolutely.
The reason why we're talking about why we actually brought this show together was you and I. We were on a show. We were on Channels News, and Femi Falana was on, and he was talking about the state of the nation. And the central issue of what he said was that the dollar, the fact that we are using the dollar in our own economy is actually quite a wrong thing, because the Constitution, the Central Bank of Nigeria's Constitution, Section 21 states that the only legal tender shall be the naira. And for as long as to even ask for oil, for payment of oil, buying oil, bringing oil in naira, or paying for rent in naira, or paying for school fees in dollar. Sorry, to asking for anything in dollar is actually going against the Central Bank of Nigeria rules. And that was when we started talking, and that was how we've been having discussions before, and we've had on my phone you've called in before. But this time I felt, no, this is really a point that to raise. Let me just get that video to refresh the minds of people who might have missed that. So I just want to just play that, and then just hold for a second, and I will then ask you a question about, we can go into that area, because that way we can frame our discussion. Now, let me just see if I can find that here. So, where is it now? Okay, I think I may have to do one thing. Just give me a second, please. I know it's in here somewhere. Normally, if I try and do it online, it may be playing something else, and I don't want that. But I do have the video itself here, in the number of many things I've done. In the meantime, whilst we are thinking about that, what future do you see for the youth right now? In Nigeria right now, what are you hearing from people at home right now about Nigeria?
What I'm hearing about the youth in Nigeria right now is the same mentality that I thank God that I left that bubble. They channel their mind to something completely different from the reality of what's going on. With the total chaos that is going on in the country right now, Nigerian youth are busy watching Big Brother Nigeria. And my honest question is Big Brother Nigeria very important than the food that you're gonna eat in the next 3-4 hours? You don't have no solution to that.
No,
but you are watching Big Brother Nigeria. They know everything happening in the Big Brother Nigeria. I don't even want to even mention food yet. They are busy watching Big Brother Nigeria, and they are swearing criminals.
In their Senate. That is a very that is really difficult to look at in another way. I guess go ahead, carry on.
I know Nigerian youth are capable of fantastic stuff, because when I see Nigerian youth in the United States or in United Kingdom or other places, or even though in the same Nigeria, they have potentials to be the greatest of the greatest on the planet Earth.
Indeed.
Because Nigerian youths they perform wonders.
Indeed.
We perform wonders. But it is sad that there's I don't know what to call it. I don't know, maybe I should say it's like a control mechanism that once they push the button, some set of Nigerian youths will be busy doing some completely opposite direction thing instead of staying in the reality fact. And because of all these things, my judgment would be like 70-30. 70% there's faith, there's hope for Nigerian youth, and 30% there's no hope for Nigerian youth. And the reason I said 70% hope for Nigerian youth, it is their God-given talent. That is why I said the 70%.
Very interesting perspective. I haven't looked at it from that point of view before, and I mean that's very informative. So that means that really our society as it currently stands is truly broken, and it's going to be
completely broken. It is not helping nobody. The God-given talent is what is pushing the Nigerian youth. Nothing more, nothing less.
Wow. Okay, now I think I've got the video. I want to just check. I think I got the video out. Okay, now let's hear clips from. It gives it from channels. Let's hear clips from what Femi Falana said, because just to give us some ideas.
Temporary measures.
Let me see. One second. I want to just make sure that you can hear it as well. In fact, yeah, 1 second. Just give me a minute. We will do it this way, and then we will go in here. Just give me a minute, please. I'm trying to make sure we get this right. Okay, so there we go. Share. So that way you can hear it. Oh, one more time. I think I need to do something.
Some of them are quite diversionary.
Can you hear it?
Yes.
Okay, good.
And I can see it too.
The people in government have not addressed the root of the crisis, which is the dollarization of the economy.
Thank you.
Whatever palliatives that are announced will be eaten up by the dollarization of the economy. And you're not in control. As long as these guys in government are not prepared to strengthen the Naira, to make the Naira the only legal tender in Nigeria, you are not going to go far.
Yep.
And I mean, speaking from a legal perspective, I've had to sue the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Federal High Court, because Section 16
there we go. Let's listen,
of
and
the
I'll
Central
show
Bank
you.
Act provides,
Yeah.
or has imposed a duty on the Central Bank to fix and determine the rate of the Naira vis-a-vis other currency. So there is no provision for floating the Naira. No, there's no provision. It's illegal. You say, oh, the value of the Naira will be determined by market forces. That is not there in the law.
It's not an economic principle that they're adopting?
No. Section 20 of the Central Bank Act provides that the only legal tender in Nigeria shall be Section 20, subsection 1. The currency notes issued by the Central Bank, only the Naira. Section 20, subsection 5 provides anybody who spends any other currency in Nigeria without the approval of the Central Bank has committed an offense and shall be prosecuted. The penalty is 6 months imprisonment. So you have.
So, right. So there we go. Thank you for that framing. So that's San Femi Falana. I mean, what do you say to that statement? And before we read that, let me just get, for those who may be watching us, I want to show them the section that he was quoting. This is a Central Bank of Nigeria statement. Let me just quickly show that to you. Give me a second, my brother. I'll just share that for the people to see on the screen. Now, I want you to pay close attention. He mentioned section 16.
Yes.
Which he talked about. Now, it is in the Central Bank Act. I'm giving, this is the file. This is the PDF for the Central Bank of Nigeria, 2007 Act. And I'm reading it. I just want to refresh the minds of those who may be watching with us. The exchange rate of Nigeria shall be determined from time to time by a suitable mechanism devised by the bank for that purpose. So it backs up what he was saying, that the Naira should not be floated. I state that because many people will say, oh, he doesn't know things. And one of the issues, I will read the second one, then I'll mention what I'm trying to say, then I'll let you come back in. One second now. So then it talks about. So you can see this on the screen, my brother. Can you, Ayomiku?
I can see it.
Good.
Yes.
So then it goes to section 21. It says, the currency notes issued by the bank shall be legal tender in Nigeria at their face value for the payment of any amount. So that's what it states there. And then it buttresses the point. He now goes to section 25, 4. Is it 4? No. Yeah. Section 25. A person who refuses to accept naira as a means of payment is guilty of an offense and liable for conviction of a fine of 50,000 naira or 6 months imprisonment. So these are clear, unambiguous facts that is stated.
Yes.
Now, in relation to the de-dollarization that we were talking about, now what are your thoughts putting all of that together? Let's, from your perspective, how do you read this?
How do I read this? To me, my own honest fact.
Yeah.
With what Babafemi Falana just said, right? If Nigeria was a country, everybody that has been in that financial department and central bank since 2007 should be in jail right now. You know what? This is the reason I said that.
Okay, yeah. Please,
the dollarization has taken in charge of the entire naira in Nigeria since 1980.
Wow.
Since 1980.
Since 1980.
That is when dollar has dominated the naira. I don't know, maybe you can see this. Permission to show this?
Yeah,
it's
please,
like,
can you send me, you know what, can you, have you got a screenshot of it? Because I can actually read it,
Yeah.
but you can read it to me for the time being.
I'll send you the screenshot as well.
Please do.
I got this online and I just made like a little bit of edit, I like just import key points.
Yes.
Like
please.
the rest are like just further information.
Okay.
Since 1980, the dollar has dominated the entire naira in Nigerian market.
Since 1980.
Yes.
Wow.
However,
so even before you're talking my generation.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
So ladies and gentlemen, are you hearing this? I hope you are all taking heed of what is being said here. But let's hear you carry on. Let's carry on. This is interesting. Go ahead.
On the Central Bank Act of 2007, right? Before, I think I would say before they make that act in 2006, right? The American dollar the American dollar has been, they're spending the American dollars in hotels, in Nigerian hotels.
In hotels. Wow.
Yes.
Okay. So
since
1980.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
They have been spending Nigerian dollar in luxury hotel, shopping malls, some supermarkets, nightclubs, party halls, and that party halls. Even though if I'm not aware of the hotel, the shopping mall, the supermarkets, I can categorically tell you that the nightclubs and the party hall, I saw it with my two naked eyes. People spraying $1 notes in Nigeria. That one I am 100%, I am 2000% sure of that one.
Wow.
Even though if I'm not sure about the shopping mall or the luxury hotel or the supermarket, but the nightclubs and the party hall, that one I am very, very sure about that.
Wow.
Since 2006, it has been there. And they make the Central Bank Act in 2007.
That's correct.
So,
wow.
and you know where all the major place that they're spending this dollar? The Federal Capital Territory itself.
In Abuja.
Abuja, Nigeria. It is written here.
So
small
please,
big,
I would like to share that paperwork with with as many people as possible.
They said nightclubs, party halls, and expensive breweries in some big cities, what are those type of big cities they're talking about? Lagos, Port Harcourt, and maybe Kaduna, some big city, Kano, some cities in even though you like Kaduna and Kano, they don't really like maybe drink alcohol or all those stuff, but Lagos, Port Harcourt, those major cities like that are big cities, and the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja in Nigeria.
Wow.
So now that Babafemi Falana is still talking about this dollarization in 2023.
In 2023.
So that means the Naira is actually or just a paper.
It's paper.
It's
worthless paper.
It doesn't have no value, nothing, nowhere. The only place it has value is buying something from a market woman or buying something in Nigeria. That's it.
Wow.
And whenever Nigeria want to get a loan from the international community, they get the same loan
in dollars. This is shocking. So since 1980, please, I would like you to share that document with me. Send a screenshot of that document or email, WhatsApp me, because
on the way.
Yes, because I really need people to. This is an astonishing point here. So when we are talking about, in fact, our economy is literally a basket economy. It's a basket case. So
completely a basket case. And
yeah, go ahead.
I don't know. Maybe you watched that video from the beginning when Babafemi Falana, because that same video you played, I have that same video on my phone. Yes. I downloaded it.
Yes.
When Babafemi Falana was talking about mineral resources.
Yes.
That I forgot the exact dates that he talked about, but maybe it's like every year or something like that. 90 billion or 9 billion.
9 billion gold. 9 billion
dollars in gold.
What dollars worth of gold is being looted from Nigeria every year?
Every year.
Yes. So I remember that. Yes.
How many? So every year, that's 365 days. So if they say 9 billion worth of gold.
Billion dollars.
Looted, how much gold is being looted in a day? Because ESA, $9 billion.
Yes.
$9 billion.
Yes. So now what you are saying now and what you're showing me is quite what's the word? I am literally lost for words. I am just what you just showed, what you just said now is something that people need to be cognizant of. And 1 second, please. Those of you on Facebook, I'm sorry that we are having to stream in this manner because and I will restream it later on, but I wanted you to see what I wanted to get an opportunity to hear my brother here. His name is Ayomiku Daniju. He's in the States, and we had some discussion last week that stemmed from a chance opportunity when we saw both of us were watching Channels News when San Femi Falana, when he came on board. And when San Femi Falana came on board, what he spoke about was about that the dollarization of our economy is actually hampering the citizens. And he said that whatever palliative that the government gave to the people, the dollarization will simply soak it up, the value of whatever money that the people were given. Meaning that it will have zero impact on the lives of the people. So, but going further, thankfully, and this is what I really like about what you just did, Ayomiku Daniju. What you did here was you did some extra research, which we will present to you later on. Have you sent it to me already?
I'm working on it.
Okay, that's fine. So he did some research that has actually said that we have been dollarized since 1980. We are going to present that paperwork to you immediately on this broadcast or immediately afterwards. It may even be that is going to be a topic of discussion, further discussion with my brother here, Ayomiku.
Yes,
at another date, because this is a very, very deep, and we're talking about something that is deeply destroying the economy of our nation. It is destroying it as we speak. So those of you watching us on YouTube, please go ahead and subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube right now. Citizen AY, just type hashtag Citizen AY on YouTube. Go ahead, please go ahead.
I just sent it to your WhatsApp, sir.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to have because I'm astonished, and this is why I said, you just proved what I was intimating when I said to people that we need to allow the youth to actually be part of this process. It is important. It is imperative.
This is the things that actually like got me, pulled into this so-called Nigeria of a thing, because they will say one thing,
yes,
and when you check it,
it's quite another.
It's completely different. And it is not just completely different.
No,
it is far miles and kilometers away.
So we are being told straight lies by those in government
on a steady, and the way they will present it to the masses, it's like they are forcing the masses to accept that lie.
I am, to be honest, I am stunned. So now, please, I want us to try and take the time to explain to the people what this de-dollarization, what it actually does to the woman to the market woman on the street, to the Iyaloja, to the buka owner, to the vulcanizer, to the farmer, to the to the teacher, to the all of them. Let's put in context what this dollarization of Nigerian economy since 1990, what it's actually doing to us. So I wonder if you could talk about that. Thank you.
This dollarization, the impact of this dollarization to the Nigerian economy, it is the reason why the federal government will never increase the minimum wage of Nigerians.
You see that?
That's one.
They will never increase it.
They will never increase it. Nigerians can scream from today till thy kingdom come. That money is not going to leave that. It was 25,000 before. They increased it to 30,000.
Yes.
How many of them are paying that 30,000? I can say like maybe 20%.
Yes. Wow.
Are Nigerians entitled to 30,000?
Of course they're entitled to 30,000, but they're not getting it.
I'm saying in a country that they are the 7th largest in producing crude oil.
Yes.
Is 30,000 should 30,000 is a slave payment.
It is a slave. It is slave.
Like a country that is the number 7th on oil producing.
In fact, from what I heard, it's the 3rd oil producing. In some cases, it's the 3rd oil producing because of the looting of the oil, it's dropped in rating. But that looting, we all know, is organized and orchestrated by those in government as well. But carry on.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Absolutely. Okay. Let's put it to the 3rd largest oil producing country in the world. Now, the 3rd largest oil producing in the world, and the citizens are collecting 30,000 naira as minimum wage.
Yeah. It's crazy.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe people are thinking along that line.
Yeah, you make perfect sense. You're asking the right question.
What type of sense does that make when I'm the 3rd largest in the world?
Yeah.
And somebody's paying me 30,000 naira as a minimum wage.
It is.
And my senators, my so-called senators representing the so-called power, right?
Yeah.
They are receiving in the millions. Look at the gap. Look at that gap. How are the senators funding themselves?
Yeah.
Why can't that same country fund the Nigerian people? So it is absolutely pure madness when I look at Nigeria. And the only way you can see Nigeria for what Nigeria is looking at it from outside.
Yeah.
To continue my explanation about the questions that you asked, sir.
Yes, go ahead.
The market women, they will every single time they will keep increasing their prices in the market because they need to calculate transportation wise, importation wise, any of them importing from the foreign land, and mostly importation. And Nigeria, this is the problem about Nigeria and the reason why the economy is crashing. Nigeria is not a producing country.
No, it isn't.
We consume.
We just consume. That's it.
We just consume.
And that
so
is,
now,
see, that is a very valid point to make right there. And I hope people are really keen in on what you just said. It is not just a small statement. That is a huge statement.
Exactly. Nigeria is we consume. It's a consumption economy. We don't produce. So now, if the dollar has more power than the naira since 1980, and all we do is consume, we don't produce. For us to consume these things, how are we going to get these things into the shores of Nigeria? Through export. Now, if we export these things, we cannot pay the funds of the goods that we export from other countries. We cannot pay those funds with naira. The only way we can pay those funds is what? The dollar.
Yeah.
So now, it's a circle.
It's a vicious cycle.
It's a cycle.
Now, so any market women now, there is no way they will be able to sustain their own lives because of the fact that the naira is being destroyed by the use of dollar in our own sovereign area.
Economy, exactly.
Because we are supposed to be a sovereign nation.
A sovereign nation, exactly. So there is no way that the hardship is going to just continue. The frustration will continue. The lack of infrastructure will continue. Lack of good health will continue. The crash of the economy will continue. Everything will continue.
So, in essence, this dollarization, firstly, we now know it is actually illegal according to the Central Bank of Nigeria Act 2007.
Yes.
And secondly, it is damaging our very economy.
Yes.
And those in government are engaged in this dollarization openly in front of all of us.
Yes. Why?
Why?
The reason they are doing that is because the dollar is the only type of currency they can stash away.
Okay. They can stash it away.
They are stashing it away. And the reason why I say they are stashing it away is because if Nigerians think that their politicians are spending 50 billion naira, 33 trillion naira, the answer is no. That is not the actual currency that they are spending. They are taking the dollars in cash, jumping on a private jet, and they are taking away to the West to go stash it.
Wow.
How many Nigerian politicians have a bank account in the United States of America and the United Kingdom? Every single one of them.
Every single one of them. Interesting. I mean, I guess we kind of suspected this, but now that we now see that our economy, so this naira is only used to entrap Nigerians. They only are dealing in dollars. That's
what they deal with. That's what they're dealing with. They don't spend. The Nigerian politicians don't spend naira.
They spend dollars, even in Nigeria. So, in effect, is it okay? I guess one could say that Nigeria is the 53rd state of the United States of America then?
Yes. And this is my point. This is to prove that I love going back to history for a reason. Because the fate of the future is stashed in the past.
In the past, yes.
Baba Fela, of great memory, he made one song. He said, when gone They spend 2,000 naira. Pen go they steal 2 billion naira. No go hear them talk.
No.
In the video, you can see how Nigerian politicians was drinking champagne, Moët, all this expensive wine.
Yeah.
And they are spraying dollar.
Spraying dollars.
When did Barafella make this video? 1970 something.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's still happening now.
Yeah.
And it hasn't changed.
So there's always a lot of information. Me, I rather look at a picture than a words. Because in a picture, there's a billion secrets in a picture. So there's a lot of secret that is being kept away from Nigerians.
So what I mean, this is, you know what, I'm still trying to get my head around the fact that we have been dollarized since the 1980s. I'm getting and that was my era. That's when I was growing up. You know, in my teenage years. You know, teenage and kind of early 20s.
Yes.
And what you're saying to me now is that we have been suffering this by successive governments, in effect.
Citizen AY, sir. A little example of this dollarization since 1980 that has been happening. Abacha loot.
Yes.
How much are they recovering?
Oh, billions and billions of dollars. Billions of 700 billion to 500 billion in the UK, in US, in Switzerland, in all over.
Is it 750 billion naira?
No, dollars. Dollars. Not naira, dollars. All dollars.
The governor, Ibori, all the money that they are recovering, is it in 67 or 765 billion naira?
No, it's all in dollars. They all deal in dollars. Now, the thing that I'm really trying to, what is really, the reason for this program is this. Let us try and explain to people. We are not here to castigate any one person.
No.
We're not interested in that. We are only interested in how the economy of, if you tell us that we are one Nigeria, fine.
Yes.
But then we need to have an economy that actually demonstrates that we are a one Nigeria. That is to say that in that economy, your sovereign currency should be the one that's traded. That no other currency should supersede it. And the lack of that exercising of our sovereignty in the use of currency in our land demonstrate that we are not one nation. In fact, we are a slave nation. So that is why we are trying to come and explain this to us all in a manner for us to understand in layman terms that for as long as the federal government of Nigeria refuses to acknowledge that the dollar being used in our land is first of all illegal, and secondly, it is doing enormous damage to our economy. We cannot, Nigeria is not, it's just going to continue to be a slave nation where 200 million people, currently 133 million people are living in starvation. 133 million people are in poverty. Now, because of the government policy of using dollars, and I want to state this, many people need to understand that if you are using dollars in Nigeria, it is destroying our own economy. I wonder if you could explain that a little bit more to the people.
It is destroying our economy, yes. And the reason why it's destroying our economy, the reason why it's destroying, the dollar is steadily destroying our economy is because the naira don't have, it will steadily make the naira never have a value. We will not be able to trade or buy anything. Look at us now in the West.
Yes.
I cannot take the Nigerian naira into a British store. But the South Africans can take their currency into a British store and spend it.
On that, in the 80s, you could spend naira in the UK here. I remember that.
In the 80s, yes. In the 80s, yes.
But not now.
No more. It's no more.
Wow.
And that little stoppage right there it is a total downfall of Nigeria. Automatic, every economy that is currency cannot be accepted in the global world has failed.
I hope you're all listening. I hope all our listeners, you are of course watching Citizen Wide, the platform where we speak truth to power. We'd like you to help us subscribe if you haven't joined us. I am speaking with Ayomiku Daniju, a very vocal Nigerian youth that has been really online following Citizen Wide for quite some time, and he knows exactly what's going on. And actually, he represents the young generation of Nigerians who want a better nation, or let us actually confront the disintegration if that's not going to work. Now, what he's telling us here are facts that we cannot ignore. Now, for as long as the government is wedded to this dollarization idea, what do you think will continue to happen to Nigerians on ground?
Hunger and starvation.
Hunger and starvation.
Yes. It's sad. It's sad to say, but there's no point of painting it black or white. Hunger and starvation.
With the current government, with the plans of palliatives, bearing in mind what Femi Falana said.
Yes.
If we continue to dollarize whatever we're doing, is it going to impact the lives of the people in a positive way? Will it make a long-term change?
Never. Never. It will never make. It will never, ever, 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 ever make. If you want to give a palliative to people, you don't give them food.
Okay.
Because what the individual, okay, if I call you on a beautiful Monday morning and say, Citizen AY, sir, I'm sorry to inconvenience you, but I don't have no money to feed myself or to buy myself a shoes. I need you to help me. And you say, oh, you say you are hungry, right? I say, yes, sir, I'm hungry. Okay, if you're hungry, I'll send you a loaf of bread and a pack of egg. Did I tell you that I want to eat a loaf of bread and a pack of egg?
No way. No.
I didn't tell you that.
No.
Because maybe I don't want to eat a bread and egg.
No.
But what are you supposed to help me with? Give me some type of fund to go get what I want to eat to satisfy myself.
Yes, indeed.
Now look at Nigerian government. They are giving people a bag of rice.
Yeah. Well,
it's not even a whole bag. It's a tin can. It's a can of milk type of size. Look at what happened in Kwara the other day, or whatever place, somewhere in Kwara there.
Yeah.
And there's like there's different pictures now flying around of just minor election size bags of rice that the government the government of
I know it's laughable. I know you feel perplexed and
the government officials, they are printing their face and their name.
Yes.
And calling it for subsidy palliatives.
Is that the solution?
Never. It's a pure joke. It is a pure joke. The only solution that Nigeria government could have helped Nigerians with their palliative is one thing. All those money that they put towards that palliative, at least if Nigerian government can bring up one Nigerian refinery, just one. Give Nigerians some type of steady electricity, even though if it is not 24 hours, maybe every 12 hours a day. They say like, okay, Nigerians, you guys will have light, steady electricity for 12 hours a day. And one refinery is working. Nigeria will not rely on international bodies ever again.
But they don't. That's a very interesting point you make there.
Nigerians will never, because this is one thing I really understand about Nigerians, and it's not just one particular ethnic group.
No,
I'm talking about the entire people that they put together.
Yes.
When it comes to planning, Nigeria is number one. If they tell a Nigerian man right now that the train is coming in 2 hours, right? A Nigerian man will be in that train station 1 hour 30 minutes before the train even arrives.
Because we plan it. That's true. Because we know what's going to happen if you miss that train.
Exactly. That is one thing I notice about Nigerians. They will be there. Like, look now. When you told me about this, that we need to have this thing by 12 o'clock UK time.
Yes.
I completely forget about the time difference and I did not calculate it.
Yeah, exactly.
But at the corner of my head, I already know that I need to be on a live program with Citizen AY. Me, I thought it's going to be 7 o'clock in the morning, my time. But guess what the time I jumped on the call with you?
Yeah.
At 3:30.
Yes.
It's 4:38 a.m. right here.
Wow. Oh, sorry. I do apologize about that time. Sorry, I thought it was. Oh, of course, you got different time zones in the. It's not just set.
But still, something that's already been established that needs to be done has to be done.
Oh, I hope you're not keeping the kids and family awake. I'm sorry.
Oh, he's having his beautiful time. I'm in the second room.
Oh, good.
I'm in my I have like 2 rooms in my apartment. I'm in my second room.
Okay.
And my wife, she already know about I'm gonna be having it. I've already set up the little place. So
okay, good.
That is the spirit right there.
And of course, the commitment to this.
That is the commitment. Cause, yes. So if Nigerian government can do this, yes.
Now, you see the points you raised there. So the people, that's the thing I really want to really capture, because a lot of things you've had a lot of negatives about the people of Nigeria. They're bad. They're this. They're that. But it is not really. Given the right platform, our people, it doesn't take much for them to flourish from what you're saying. Because once they know that there's a particular routine that would benefit them, they actually respond to that.
They respond to that. Why is Nigerians in general? Why are we making noise in the Western world? Every entertainment right now, Nigerian.
Yes.
Every sport, Nigerian. I was watching CNN yesterday and I saw a Yoruba boy, Temi Dayo. His name was Temi Dayo. And I was like, wait, what? Even in American politics, we are there.
Yeah.
One of the new mayor in Colorado Springs is a Yoruba man.
Interesting. So now that begs the question, why is it that the political classes since 1999 have been hell-bent on impoverishing a clearly wealthy people? Because we have over 40 mineral resources, one of which we talked about earlier on. For example, there are in Nigeria right now, there is a conservative estimate that gold reserve that we have in Nigeria is in excess of 600,000 tons. Mineral reserves in Nigeria. There is gas, the second largest reserves in the entire world in Ondo State and in other places in Nigeria. And of course, you have oil. And not to talk about precious other minerals and so on. Now, you would think that a government that wants a unity of the nation people would make sure that the people benefit from those resources. But from what we are seeing, it is the other way. Talk to us about that a little bit.
It is a mind controlling thing.
Okay.
For them to have their ways, and for them to gain the things that they want to gain, they have to impoverish the people. You have to keep the people in that slavery mentality to be able to control them. Because they know if Nigerians have their foresight and their liberation, the shenanigans that they are doing will not stand.
Interesting.
And that's why you see, like, during the election period, the politician will be your shoe shiner, your haircut barber, your hair salon braider, your toilet cleaner, your best comedian, the best comedian on TV, the politicians will be that.
Mm-hmm.
Once the election is over and they get what they need to get, they will be your biggest enemy.
Wow.
And the question you ask yourself is, this man that was very nice to me 6 months ago, what have I done to him? So now, if they are doing something ridiculous, that they are not giving the things that they need to do to the masses, right? They will attach it with something else underneath. And now, instead of the masses blaming the politician, the masses will start blaming themselves. Give him time now. The governance is not that easy. Give him time. It's just 2 months on the power. At least give him like 1 year. Give him 1 year. And they have forgotten that a standard governance is 4 years.
Yeah.
So literally 1 year has been completely wasted. And the rest 3 more years is not even sure. Then they'll come again and do the same gameplay. The reason I'm saying this, since 1999 that you mentioned, when I started okay, understanding like, all right, okay, this is that. I started like picking pieces together, like, okay, now I'm understanding what, like, in the bigger scale. It has been the same circle. Election time comes, noises everywhere. Election is over, sorrow.
Yeah. It's a vicious cycle. Now, as I'm talking to you now, somebody just sent me put some rates of Naira up. Naira is now against the dollar 1,105 or thereabouts. That is damaging the very people who the government is asking to trust in them, isn't it?
Big time. And the reason I say this, most of Nigerians, now I'll say 40% of Nigerians. Some of them, their children go to school in Ghana, in South Africa, in maybe other African countries, Cote d'Ivoire, or maybe the United Kingdom, United States. For them to make those payments of those school fees, they have to use dollar.
Oh boy! So, of what use if you have to use dollars to make those payments? What use is you saying you are a Nigerian?
Exactly. And now also, a man, a well-known or even a Southeasterner that has 3 containers that is coming from China or United Kingdom or United States, that has 3 containers, and he needs to bring these containers to Nigeria to sell his goods. For him to make that payment, he's gonna pay in dollars to get the shipment.
Okay.
So now, if a dollar to a Naira is 1,000, how many stack of Naira will you put together to fund your the markets that you just ordered?
It's crazy.
How much? So now a regular market woman in the market that is selling maybe peak milk or other beverages that Nigerian don't produce.
Yeah.
And she needs to have those goods so she can sell.
Sell it, yes.
So now for her to get all those products, she has to use
dollars.
Now, how much Naira can she put together that there's no market, there's no sales? No sales.
Yeah.
She's struggling to even sell like maybe 20 cans a day. So technically there's no sale. How much Naira can she put together that can make up the dollar rate for her to try to do a transaction of her business? It is Nigerians should be on the street right now. What is about to come? I don't know. Maybe they are. I don't know. Maybe they are psychological blind. But what is about to come?
What somebody told me recently, and what they said is that Nigerians have been so oppressed and have been so psychologically controlled to the point that they will take anything they give them. If they give them just they'll only think of now, not they're not able to think about, okay, 5 months, 6 months, a year from now, and actually factor that into the decision making. Because the government of the day has reduced us collectively into the point of, oh, Olorun Shogo, God will do it, and all of that. But the government has the power. They can actually, the solution to this is really, I think, for the government to actually begin to say, no, we're going to start using only Naira in the country. And
they won't say.
To be able, they won't. I know they won't, but that's the solution.
Yes,
now,
yes.
One of the things that I'm looking at, look at the refineries, for example.
Yes.
Because this dollar thing is impacting the refineries. Now, the 4 refineries, there was a report that came that I stumbled upon. The 4 refineries, to fix them will cost only 6.8 billion naira. The Nigerian government, get this, went to Afreximbank, an Arab bank. I found out it's an Arab bank, to borrow money. Guess how much they borrowed? They borrowed 2.1 trillion naira, signed by Melekiari, for paying for oil. It's oil for cash. 2.1 trillion naira, not billion. 2.1 trillion naira.
Yes.
For oil for just a 3-month period that they have to pay back. Now, in the context of what I said in terms of the 6.8 billion naira, that would have saved them 1.3 or 1.4 trillion naira straight away.
Yeah.
And we would be able to produce our own oil.
Yes.
Does it not look like the government is insistent on preventing us from actually being, they're actually the ones preventing us from having a manufacturing base?
Absolutely, they are preventing. And furthermore to add to your points that you just made, even if we don't go back too much into the past, since 1999, how much has the government has been spending on fuel subsidy?
Trillions. Again, I asked. There was a report that I saw just in 2021 alone. In 2020, 2021, 2021, the government, they sold crude oil, about 695 million naira. So they say. And they imported processed oil. Get this. Hope you're sitting down. Hold on to your chair.
Yes.
11.4 billion naira imported.
11.4 billion was imported. Look at the gap.
So it doesn't. When I'm looking at this, I am looking at those numbers, and they are bewildering. And we know, of course, the 695 they even imported is because somebody said, okay, let's put some out. These guys are literally throwing away money belonging to the people to the West.
When a president, the former president of the country said he's going to be the minister of petroleum, you of course you can automatically tell what is going on. A whole president say, "Oh, I'm going to be the minister of petroleum." Of course, you already know. It's common sense.
Yeah.
It's like me now telling you that, hey, citizen AY, I want to be the manager to your account.
Yeah.
Are you not going to ask me a question like, what business do we have?
Exactly.
That you just want to be the manager of my account. So now a president mentioned, I'm going to be the minister of petroleum, and Nigerians are not thinking along the line that something beautiful is about to happen.
So what hope is there for the people now? What can the people do? What's your opinion? I have some ideas, but I wanted to just hear what your thoughts are.
Everybody needs to clamor for disintegration. Nigeria can never be solved.
Okay.
Peter Obi cannot solve it. Showore cannot solve it. No, even Jesus Christ cannot solve it. Mohammed, if he wakes up today, he cannot solve it.
Because of this central issue of dollarization of the economy.
The dollarization has hit into the economy. The economy have lost completely balance. The people have lost hope. The system has lost completely, is in completely chaos and shambles. Nothing. Even though if okay, today, if Nigerian government decide like, okay, the entire 4 refineries in Nigeria, we're gonna refurbish it and make it work and start working. A matter of fact, we're gonna build 4 extra refineries more to add to the old 4 to make it 8. And Nigeria start producing their oil, they start refining their oil. How many years is it gonna take Nigeria to pay back their foreign debt? Now, after paying their foreign debt, how many years is it going to take Nigeria to fix the entire 36 states? Because Abuja is not the only state in Nigeria. Lagos is not the only one.
Yeah.
The north is there. The east is there. The west is there.
I had something recently that our foreign reserves was apparently somebody was saying was 18 billion. Now they say no, actually it's only 3 billion.
A country of 250 million, and they have a saving of 3 billion.
No. They said initially, exactly. Yeah.
A country of 250 million.
But there is no evidence to back. How did it drop from 18 billion to 3 billion just like that? How?
Because they are taking out of it. I guess they are taking out of it. But even though, let's even give them the benefit of a doubt. Like, okay, yes, a country of 250 million people, and their total savings
is $3 billion.
How?
It's insane.
How?
It's insane.
How?
So I don't want to.
You don't need nobody need a master degree for this calculation.
No.
250 million people, and their total savings is 3 billion. How are you going to survive?
You can't. Not with bad governance as it currently is. You can't.
Exactly. So
I mean,
we don't need to do ourselves.
So I guess, I mean, one of the areas, I don't know if you're familiar with what I've been doing on the platform of late. And because our people are powerless psychologically.
Yes.
And one of the things that I've been trying to do is part of the solution. I'm not saying it's the only solution. I'm just saying it's part of the things. Our people have been so conditioned to feel powerless that I think that we need to actually, and the work that is the huge work that needs to be done cannot be done by those of us in diaspora alone. We have there is only very limited, we can have a limited impact on what is on ground by dint of the fact that there are 133 million people living in poverty, and maybe in diaspora there's maybe 20 million of us in diaspora.
Yes.
So you can see that it dwarfs the problem. I mean, the problem dwarfs any attempts that the solution we may prefer. Now, one of the things I've been trying to do, and I've been doing this drive, and this drive has been to try and bring to people the awareness of their constitutional rights as laid down within even that constitution. Now, we know that in many cases, those in power, they always ignore it. But they've only been able to ignore this because for 24 years, our people has never exercised those powers within this fraudulent 1999 constitution. Yes, we know they are. Yes, we know the constitution is fraudulent. But there are some powers that we can, if we were to begin to use it, we can maybe hold the government to account. Now, let me just quickly show you this one here, if I can, just to give us a bit of context about, because I am conscious of, we've spoken for over an hour about a lot of problems that we face that flows from this dollarization that is impacting the entire economy, the people, the market women, the farmers, everybody. But I want the people to, in the end, I think it's when people use their collective powers, which is what I'm about to try and go into. And I wanted to try and see what your thoughts are on that. I think you've seen me do this before, but Let me
Oh
just
yeah,
quickly show.
I've seen you spoke about the Nigerian constitution a lot.
Okay, okay,
I've seen it,
brilliant. I
absolutely.
mean, it's the thing is, the amount of problem we have, it
Mm.
takes it needs our communal collective effort to address it from one community to the next together, and begin to hold our governors to account. So I wanted to just show you this. Where was it? Share. Okay, so now here it comes. Okay, share that. So now I wanted to just really talk about this from the point of, and by showing this, I wanted to say again, I'm taking this opportunity to talk to citizens, Nigerians everywhere.
Yes.
By me saying this, it doesn't mean that I believe in one Nigeria, because for as long as you have a nation where you are spending dollars, as your and ignoring the law of the Central Bank of Nigeria, that the only legal tenders currency you should have should be the dollar. I cannot support that one Nigeria. I cannot. I can only be like yourself, be advocating for the disintegration of a nation that clearly has put its own people in a bind,
Yes.
all to continue to use a currency that is actually making the lives of the people a misery. It feeds into the global economy that is actually stripping Africa of our resources. So for that reason, I'm trying to at least let people be empowered to know the powers they possess, to begin to hold their governors to account to such an extent that we may exercise the powers of sovereignty to ultimately call for a referendum collectively in each of the communities. Because I think in the end that is what needs to happen. I don't think a war is the thing that will solve. A war is not. It's not something we should wish for. Not in Africa.
Not at all.
So let me just read this to you. I don't know if you're familiar with it. Section 14.2a, and many people I'm taking this opportunity to share that. Section 14.2a of the Constitution states. You can see it on the screen, right?
Yes.
Yeah. It is hereby accordingly declared that sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria, from whom the government, through this constitution, derives all its powers and authority. Now, in essence, what that means is that the government, many people, and for 24 years, like I said, for 24 years, I don't think people have really understood, or in many cases, they don't even know this part of the constitution because it's not discussed. I have never had anybody, I have never had a president, a Senate president, a senator, House of Rep, to talk about this sovereignty, this particular section, because they know that there are powers within it that if they tell the people, it actually it begins to hold them to account. Because sovereignty,
absolutely.
the sovereignty of the people, in the power the government uses, they derive from the people, in essence. So now how they use it is a section 42C. The participation by the people in their government shall be ensured in accordance with the provisions of this constitution. And what is this? What is one of the provisions of this constitution? Is the provision is that you are a sovereign, and as a sovereign, you can hold them to account. So what I'm trying to do is to get our people to at least begin to use that power, because there's no point in leaving people hopeless and saying, "Oh, throw your hands up in the air. Oh, that's it." They need, in the end, they need to sign up to this idea of freeing themselves, using these powers from the bondage that they're in, and making them realize that they ultimately, the government is accountable to the people, and we have to begin to monitor them. So I wanted to know, what are your thoughts? How do you see this? Thoughts on this, please?
I mean, it's a brilliant idea, and even though, as of right now, it's not gonna yield anything yet, because it's a constant message that has to be synced into their head. But at some point it will start clicking when the economy start ringing that bell of when people start realizing that, okay, we need to do something. Because as a human, if that moment of I need to do something don't get into your head, nothing will be done. You will still have hope that, maybe it's not gonna go that direction. But it's like you're driving a car, and you know that if you don't step on the brakes, the car is gonna fly into the ditch. But you're still like, no, maybe it's not. maybe I can turn my hands to the left, or maybe just straighten my hands a little bit, and the car is not going to fall into the ditch. And you keep going. Then you got to a point, you realize that, wait a minute, this car is definitely going to go into the ditch. That is the moment when this section of the Constitution will kick into the minds of the Nigerians.
Thank you. And you see, I was hoping that you would give an answer like this, because this is not a quick fix. And I've been, that's the point I've been trying to make. This is not a quick fix. It is an information that, and you said a keyword, you said we have to keep reminding them. And that is the point of this exercise in terms of sharing the Constitution in this manner. And by the way, another thing I've done, I've actually done it in Yoruba language. It is in Igbo language. Somebody's sending me the Edo language, the Efik language, which I'm going to share. Because I want our people in the end, I've realized that a lot of our people, they believe in the power of the government. They believe the government has any power, but they don't know the constitutional powers, so they can't question them. So hopefully by doing this, we can begin to wake them up in their own local languages. But yeah, so that's what I wanted to say. And also, before we wrap, you okay? You want to get? Do you want to grab a glass of water to drink, or anything? You okay for now?
I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine.
Now in terms of the implication of the dollars that these people are holding on to, we've heard about something called the BRICS. Let me see if I can find the BRICS economy and the BRICS dollar and all that stuff.
Yes.
What do you think that will do to all of those dollars that they're holding on, thinking that they are kings forever? What do you think it will do to it when BRICS kick in? BRICS is supposed to kick in November.
Yes.
How do you? Yeah.
The BRICS, the BRICS dollars.
Yeah.
Even though it kicks in, right? The West will do everything in their power to push it back. So it's going to be a currency war.
It is.
That's what it's going to be. And Nigeria has no say. So Nigeria should not even worry about anything. Nigeria should just sit down and just enjoy the ride. Because it's going to be a currency war between the Great Britain, the United States,
and of
facing the BRICS.
Yeah, facing the Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa.
Exactly. It's not going to be a military intervention.
No.
It's going to be a currency
war. Okay.
That's what it's going to be.
But what is the implication of that if the dollar loses value? What is the implication for our economy?
Then you will see the revolution that has never happened in Nigeria before. Because now a regular market woman cannot even do anything again.
No.
So you will see that is where my fear is. I mean, I've already foreseen that's what's gonna. I'm sorry to say, and I don't mean to be negative, but I'm a person that live in a reality. I don't like to deceive myself.
No.
What you just said right now, and what I'm just saying right now, that is what is going to end up happening to Nigeria. Nigeria did not trigger it.
No.
But the power sitting on Nigeria triggered it.
Yes. The word you said, the power sitting on Nigeria, that's very interesting. What powers are sitting on Nigeria?
The West.
Okay.
Look at it's a big example right now. Look at the coup that happened in Niger.
Thank you.
Who is pushing ECOWAS?
France. France is pushing ECOWAS.
That's one of the power. Now the United States, they are not standing in the They're not standing in the forefront, but under the ground. That's the way of the United States. You know that is one thing I love about this country. It's under the ground. Okay. Under the ground, so shall you find us.
Okay. So they're doing everything covertly behind the scenes.
Under the ground, so shall you find us. With the French.
But what is this I hear about? Just touching on Niger. What should Nigeria do? In terms of
Back
Niger?
away.
Back away.
Back away. it is none of Nigeria's business.
Even though we've heard about that, the gas pipeline that they signed under Buhari government, they signed a gas pipeline that's going to go from Nigeria to to Nigeria through to Spain to give gas to the to Europe. Again, if you look at that, it means that our resources yet again being taken at peanuts to give to those who don't have it.
And the people of the Niger Delta, they will still never benefit nothing.
Well, this is they won't, yeah.
And they are the real owners of the God-given wealth
of the oil. The gas is Ondo State as well. In fact, Ondo has oil and gas and other places. But you're right, Niger Delta has a lot of oil as well. You're right. Yes.
That is the ESA. And when they discuss about oil in Nigeria, they don't mention Ondo State.
No.
South.
Yeah.
South. Yeah. That every international body, South is the only thing they know. South.
But the people have been impoverished by this governance.
Since 1999 that I've been exposed to like a little more of kind of like more into Nigeria and like what's going on. I have never heard a white man mention Ondo State.
No.
Or Ibadan.
Yes.
Or whatever. Any little thing. Where's the best place to get a crude oil in Nigeria? South. South. All of them, South. And that South is nothing to write home about.
No. Because they've been impoverished continuously.
Completely impoverished. Even though the South, crude oil is not even like the only thing that they love to do. They love fishing.
Yeah.
They can create wealth with their fishing. But what has the crude oil done to their fish?
It's destroyed it because they polluted the water and everything else, and I mean apparently there's fumes and everything else in the air that is really acrid. And
with the good riverine area that they have, they can easily plant rice and grow a beautiful, solid, healthy rice. Can they do that?
No, not now.
No more. So it's
my goodness.
Nigeria is going to get to a point that the people, the economy and Nigerian, the name Nigeria alone will push people to the wall so much that the people have no more space to contend themselves
back against Nigeria,
and it's going to explode. It's going to explode. That's why leaders and good mind thinking individuals like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Oloye Sunday Igboho, Sowore, even though if he believes in one Nigeria, but the revolutionary mind of Sowore can never be debated.
No.
He knows what's going on. All these individuals, whenever I listen to them, that is where they are going to. But Sowore is an individual that believes that maybe the car can still turn. Sowore is an individual that believes that maybe we can still turn the car to the left.
I don't know if Nigeria is salvageable. I don't want to be. I don't know if it's salvageable, to be honest.
It's impossible. Nigeria cannot be fixed. That's why me as an individual, I've given up my mind. The only solution to Nigeria is a total disintegration.
But like you said, it is not going to be something that happens very quickly. It's not.
It is not. It is not. It is not. And that is what I need people that also believe in disintegration of Nigeria to have. That disintegration of Nigeria is not going to come in the next 10 years.
Okay. The
next 10 years, it is not. It is not going to happen in the next 10 years.
Okay, so you think it's going to be gradual? It will just be a gradual process that is just,
me as an individual, I've started seeing the signs.
Okay.
I've started seeing the signs little by little. When a specific event that should not be happening in the country starts happening, it's a flashpoint towards the final impact that is about to hit the country.
Yeah.
And these events are gradually taking shape. Perfect example for what I'm trying to say. The youth. I'll use my generation as an example.
Yes, please do. Please do.
The youth.
Yeah.
We have tested our power. And we've seen what our power can cause.
Yeah.
We've seen the forces that our power can pull out. And what is the power that what is the event that I'm talking about? October 20th, 2020.
NSAS.
A lot of people might just look at NSAS like end police brutality. That's one part. But also in that NSAS, Nigerian youth are clamoring for end bad government and corruption. A lot of people are not focusing on that key point. Now, Nigerian youth are already clamored for end bad government and corruption in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Right? And the Nigerian government turned their barrels.
Yeah, they did. Sadly.
Against the youth. Not just against the youth.
Yeah.
But against the youth. Stinging.
Yeah.
The national honor.
Yeah.
The national honor of the country. Holding the cloth.
Yeah.
Holding the cloth of a country, which is the Nigerian flag.
Yeah.
And you gun them down.
Yeah.
If Nigerian government thinks that Nigerian youth are forgotten, they are deceiving themselves.
Exactly.
The revolution that is going to come. Omoyele Sowore said, when the Nigerian revolution starts, it will not be televised. You think he doesn't know what he's saying?
Yeah.
It will not be televised.
Not, yeah.
Why did he say it will not be televised?
Indeed.
A lot Nigerian government thinks that the revolution will start from the street of Lagos or the street of Abuja. That's a lie. The revolution will start from some local place that there is no even internet. That maybe the last time that they saw electricity was like 6 months ago. That is where the revolution will start from. Now, when the revolution starts from there, the loved ones of those people will be the one that will broadcast it. But the revolution have already started without being televised.
That's true. Indeed.
So Nigeria is sitting on the gun. They are sitting on the pressure cooker.
It is.
It's going to explode. It's going to explode. But like it is just a matter of time. If this thing continues the way it's continuing, Nigeria cannot escape it. Nigeria cannot escape it.
I wanted to touch on something. I don't know if you've seen this young man here. Let me bring a picture of him up. 1 second. I wanted to touch on him because it's something that is of concern. Let me. Where is it? Okay, share. Yeah. So this young man here. Tanyolo.
Yeah.
I've been doing 1 or 2 programs and I've read something. Something came up the other day, which I'm actually going to try and read on air now. They've jailed him. Now this is this is the rap sheet. This is what they put up against him to say he did. So we're gonna read through that, and then we can talk about hear your thoughts on it. I mean, firstly,
evening and welcome
in
to
terms of
Cisnewa, the
religious
platform where we speak
intolerance
truth to power.
In that country, I mean, it amazes me that our governance are just they're using it. Is obvious from what I can see. It feels like it's being used as a political game. I don't know.
Absolutely.
I don't know if I can, if that makes sense.
Absolutely.
I think it makes. So let me quickly do something here. Let me put that. I want to read this other one. So stop share. I'm going to read the what they accused him of, because it says here. So I'm going into it now. So it says here, nature of criminal offense, conspiracy, insulting or exciting. I think they mean inciting. Contempt of religious creed. Criminal defamation, inciting disturbance contrary to section 97, 2110, 392 and 114 of the Penal Code law. And it says here on the 3rd of August 2023 at about 1 hour, 1 o'clock, the above captioned case was reported to the Commissioner of Police, Kwara State, State Command, through a letter of petition written by Association of Fraud Sons and Daughters of Ilorin Emirate. Is it? Oh, Proud Sons and Daughters of Ilorin Emirate, Ilorin, Kwara State, against you, Adegbola Abdulaziz Talolong, male of 19 of something days. I can't see that properly. Is that days? Male of number 53, Adeyemo Layout, Malete, Ibadan, Oyo State, for the discreet investigation that sometime lately in the month of July 2023, the attention of the president Alhaji Murtala Abdul Karim Baba Barigo and other members was drawn to the videos on your YouTube channel that was posted by Adegbola Abdulaziz Talolong, wherein you blasphemed Islam religion, burnt Quran, defamed some Islamic scholars in Ilorin, that you specifically mentioned Alfa Ahmed Labib Agbaji, Alfo Abdulazim Baba, Tonile Okuta Agidi, that his father, late Muhammad Lawal Okutagidi, was an idol worshipper, fake cleric, and has shrine in Ilorin. You also defamed the Imam of Ofa, Alhaji Muhyiddin Salman Hussein, that they stated that you are threatening to cause war in Ilorin and its environ by sending different write-up on your people on social media, inviting other traditional and idol worshippers. Stop calling us idol worshippers to assemble in Ilorin on 20th of August 2023. Investigation conducted at the surveillance section of the State Criminal Investigation Department, SCID, Ilorin, revealed that you, Adegbola Abdulaziz Talolong, a male of number 53, Adeyemo Layout, Malete, Ibadan, Oyo State, criminally conspired together with others at large to insult Islamic religion, defame the character of Alfa Ahmed Labib Agbaji, Alfa Abdusalam, and so on, and something else. Baba Tonile Okutagidi, Chief Imam of Ofa, Alhaji Muhyiddin Salman Hussein. I'm looking at this. I'm just going to stop reading. It sounds like it's like a frame up to me. I don't know.
Yeah.
It sounds like a frame up. It's like it's someone just decided to write something. It sounds like a frame up to me. How do you see it?
I was reading alongside you, and I was just looking at it. It is pure jargon.
Yeah.
It is just pure jargon, because they saying he burnt the Quran and is insulting some Afars, and he threatened to cause a war in Ilorin.
Yeah.
My question to the judge or whoever that the lawyers or whatever they are, is it Talolong? Was it Talolong? Is Talolong the first person to burn the Quran in that same Nigeria?
Exactly.
And even though Talolong is a traditionalist, right?
Yeah.
How many times that I've seen with my own naked eyes, the Afars burning a cloth of a masquerade?
You see?
Did they arrest any of the Afar?
That's a very important point you just made there. That's a very important point just made.
I've seen it with my own two naked eyes. It's not like somebody told me.
Wow, that's a very interesting point you raised there. Actually,
Did they arrest the Afars? No. And this is going to bring me to my point of the one thing that I hate the most in Nigeria is religion.
Yeah.
That is the only thing that I hate the most. Religion has destroyed Nigeria so bad
Mm.
that the people themselves, and the people themselves, their mind, their brain is completely gone.
Yep. Yeah.
And if you try to tell them, they will start attacking you. That why are you assaulting their own God?
But they can disregard.
Likewise them themselves,
Mhm.
they don't even know the God that they serve.
Interesting. What I wanted to also say, let me stop and share this. You see, all that penal code stuff they talked about. This is why this again exemplifies why I'm insistent that we know about the Constitution, because there's a section. There are 3 key sections of the Constitution that I'm going to share with you now. And let me bring the picture up. And we continue to ask for Tani Olohun to be freed. He has to be freed because he's not done nothing wrong according to the Constitution. Now, let us quickly go and let me bring that and share that with you. Yes, go ahead.
I think for me, right, they gave Tani Olohun 50 days, right?
Yes.
I think Tani Olohun, right, should serve that 50 days. You know why I said that? Good mind and like mind Nigerians of today. It is already written down in our book that because of blasphemy and burning the Quran, Tani Olohun spent 50 days in prison. Now I'm waiting to the glorious day that one Afa will make a mistake.
Yeah, but you see, I know what you're trying to say. I know what you're trying to say, because once he's done that, then it sets a precedence that if they do the same thing to the Sheshe or to Babalawo, then they have to do the same. You're right.
Everything that is going to disintegrate, everything that will disintegrate Nigeria is what I support. This right here is another energy to disintegrate Nigeria.
You know, I haven't thought about it from that point of view. From the point of view you just said now, because I hadn't, up until this point, I've actually just thought, okay, the Quran. But how many times has the Afars, and people who are watching, please, has this happened in your area? The Afars have gone down to Onitsha, they've destroyed their stuff, they've burnt it, and all of that. Has any of the Afars been prosecuted? This is a very important point you raise. Very important point.
So now, the Onitsha is too. They will have it in record that you imprison one of us because of burning Quran, and we have so many record of what you have done. We didn't say anything. Okay, now do it again. Do it again.
Because
now they will now understand. They will now understand who is the true owner of the land.
Okay.
Maybe it's Islam, or maybe it's the Sheshe.
Okay. Now, I mean, there's no doubt for me that we as Yoruba people, the land of Ilorin belongs to Yoruba people. There's no debate about that. And in fact, the name Ilorin is where you press iron. It's what it says. Where you press iron. So that says it's a Yoruba land. No debate. But even more than that, I wanted to show you something within the Constitution, and I want us all to really be able to have that to hand in future, because it hopefully it will make things, and I'm hoping that to solve the problem long term, obviously, I mean in the at least short to middle term, to solve the problem of the Muslims. I happen to think the Muslim faith don't even know this Constitution. That's my strongly held view. Let me first stop sharing this thing. It's not going to let me. Where is it? Sorry, 1 second. There is something I just shared now, but it's not coming up for some reason. Okay, so let me stop this one. Take that one away, and let's see if that comes up, because I just want us all to be able to see it. But and thank you very much for staying this long with us on this subject. But
no problem.
We would, no doubt we are definitely going to be having more shows, and I want us to be able to talk about this from a different different point of view, because I really believe that having the youthful experience and insight in our discussions, because sometimes I talk about it from my knowledge of being, the father and all that stuff, and over 50 and all of that stuff. Whereas you need somebody younger, to be able to have a perspective that we can align to. And you can see, you've mentioned two key things. This one about the affairs, the burning the churches and nothing happening to them. That is something we need to address. So, but before we go too far into that, before we go further on, going further, there are sections of the Constitution that I want everybody to know, and I want the Muslim people, the Isheshe, and the Christians to be aware. Section 3 of the Constitution actually says something. It says, if any law is inconsistent with the provisions of this Constitution, this Constitution shall prevail, and that other law shall, to the extent of the inconsistency, be void. What does that mean? It means that the Constitution of Nigeria is supreme, even above Islamic laws in the Constitution. And that is the point I really want us all to really understand, that yes, you can practice your religion. Yes, you can be Muslim, you can be Christian, you can be Shishi, but the law of the land must be respected by all those religions. And that is the point that many people are not aware of, that there's actually something in the Constitution that states that. So that's why I'm saying the need for us to, that's why I keep talking about the need to, I don't support Nigeria. Please don't misunderstand me, I don't. Nigeria is not working. But whilst it's still in existence, we need to know the powers that we can use to hold people to account who are, clearly breaking the law. In this case, what the Muslims are doing. So now that is the only purpose why I'm sharing this, because a lot of people seem to think I believe in Nigeria. I don't, because it's not working. The evidence, all of us are abroad, are having to send money home, shows that Nigeria is not working. So why should I support something that's not working? But all I'm trying to do is for those who are back home right now to be able to exercise those powers, to actually remind those in power, look, this is what it says in your constitution, in your fraudulent constitution. You need to abide by it as well, and give the people the voice. So that's section 1.3. Section 10 of the constitution now goes to say, the government of the federation or of